a night shift nurse, a female-only room for rent, and a quiet house at the end of a cul-de-sac with absolutely no furniture inside. This story started as a short email in my inbox from a woman who works nights in an ICU. She was exhausted, fresh out of a divorce, and desperate for something cheap and safe near the hospital. When she saw a Craigslist ad written by a woman her age offering a private room and bathroom in a safe subdivision, it felt like a small piece of her life finally going right again. But when she pulled up that night, the front door was barricaded from the inside. A handwritten note told her to use the side gate. The female landlord she'd been talking to was suddenly a middle-aged man in a dirty t-shirt. The lights were dim, the rooms were empty, and every door in that house seemed to close just a little too quietly behind her. She still followed him through the tour. She still walked to the top of the basement stairs when he opened the door and said, "Ladies first." What she didn't know then is what the cops would later find waiting in that basement she refused to walk into. Tonight, you're going to hear the full story. I am writing this on my phone in the break room of a grocery store, between pallets of cereal and a stack of busted cardboard boxes that nobody has bothered to take to the compactor yet. The vending machine in the corner is humming like it is dying slowly. One of the fluorescent tubes above me flickers every few seconds, making the whole room feel like it is breathing. The plastic chair under me creaks if I shift my weight even a little. The air smells like burned popcorn and whatever was in the microwave before my turn. It is about as normal and boring as a room can get, and that is exactly why I chose it. I told myself for a long time that I would never write this down. I quit delivering pizza almost 2 years ago, and if you ask anyone I work with now, they will tell you it was because the pay sucked or the hours were trash. I let them believe that. It is easier than trying to explain that I stopped driving pizzas around town because one night, in the middle of nowhere, I learned there are people who treat guys like me the way some people treat deer season. I am not a writer. I stock shelves, break down freight, zone aisles, and drive home after dark like everybody else. I am only putting this into words because I found your channel one night when I could not sleep. And it was the first time I heard other people talk about the kind of fear that doesn't go away just because you change jobs. You said you take listener stories. I do not know if you will ever read all of this on your channel. That is not really the point. I just need it to exist somewhere outside my head. My life now is small, I guess, predictable. I clock in. I push a heavy metal cart down fluorescent aisles. I listen to the same 6 songs loop on the store radio while an automated voice reminds customers about loyalty points. The freezers along the back wall never stop growling. Even on quiet nights, you can hear them. A low, constant drone behind everything, like an endless exhale. Every so often, the PA crackles to life, and some teenager up front mutters something about a spill in aisle 8. Cartwheels squeak past the end of the aisle, and the sound echoes around the empty store. I asked my manager if I could work the earlier shifts when I started, but the truth is, I like knowing there are cameras over every door, that the parking lot is lit like a stadium, that there is always at least one other person in the building with me. I stick to main roads going home now. If the GPS ever suggests a shortcut down some side street, I ignore it. I will drive an extra 10 minutes on a road full of traffic lights and fast food signs before I turn onto anything that does not have at least 2 lanes and other cars on it. On nights, I have the late shift. I pull into my apartment complex around 11, sometimes closer to midnight. It is an older place off a busy road. Beige siding, metal stair rails, the kind of spot where you always hear at least one TV through the wall. I park under the same flickering lamp every time and sit in the car for a minute with the engine off, listening. Out on the road, you can hear semis downshifting, horns from a block away, the distant whoosh of someone taking the corner too fast. Closer, in the lot, it is usually quiet. Every now and then, though, a car will pull in and idle too long. That is when everything inside me tightens. I will be stretched out on the bed, half scrolling my phone, half staring at the ceiling, when I hear tires crunch over gravel in just the wrong way, or an engine that does not cut off when it should. I freeze. I do not jump up and rush to the window like people do in movies. I lie there, stare at the dark, and count my heartbeats while I listen. Is it someone dropping off food? Waiting for a friend? Just talking on the phone? 99 times out of 100, that is all it is. The driver moves again. The engine noise fades, and normal sounds slide back in. Someone on the floor above flushing their toilet, the fridge compressor kicking on, a siren a few blocks over. But in those minutes where the car just sits there, not coming or going, the air in my apartment feels as thin as it did that night in the clearing, when help was far away and I could not make my own car move. I have never told my neighbors any of this. I have never told my parents why I stopped delivering. When they ask, I say something about wanting more stable hours or better benefits. I do not tell them that when I drive out to see them, I will go 10 miles out of my way to stay on the interstate instead of taking that one empty exit that cuts through open fields. I do not tell them I still check my back seat in broad daylight before I sit down. So I am telling you, or whoever is listening on the other side of this, headphones on, maybe lying in bed like I usually am when I hit play on one of these videos. You do not know me. That makes it easier. There was a night a couple of winters ago when I was still wearing a red and black polo, still stuffing receipts into a side pocket and living off cheap pizza slices between runs. It was one of those dry, bitter nights where your breath comes out in white clouds and the sky over the highway looks like dirty glass. I had one last delivery on my screen, one more address out past where the streetlights get lazy, and I said yes to it because I thought it meant a bigger tip and a slightly less terrible week for my bank account. Everything about that night is glued to my senses in a way I cannot shake. I remember how the gravel felt under my tires when I turned off the paved road, that sharp, irregular grinding like chewing glass. I remember how that building in the clearing sounded, if that makes any sense. The way the empty hall seemed to absorb my knock and breathe it back at me as a hollow, swallowed echo. I remember how a human voice changes when it is trying not to be heard, how words get shaved down into air and shape instead of sound. The worst part is, if you glanced at the receipt, it looked normal. Real address, real phone number, real enough that my boss did not flinch when he sent me out there. But the people waiting at the end of that drive were not expecting to pay. And ever since that night, whenever I hear a car idle too long below my window, some part of me goes right back to the darkness beyond my headlights, to the feeling that the world has quietly stepped away and left me alone with the kind of humans you only meet once. Back when this all happened, I was 28 and thought exhaustion was just part of being alive. I had been divorced for about 9 months, long enough for the paperwork to be done and the ring-shaped tan on my finger to fade, but not long enough for my brain to stop reaching for a second toothbrush in the cup or expecting someone else to be on the other side of the bed. Our marriage had not ended in a spectacular fight or some big betrayal. It died the way a lot of things do now, under the weight of money, schedules, and the quiet fact that we were both becoming people who did not really know each other anymore. She kept the house. I got my clothes, my old Honda, and whatever was left in the joint account after the lawyer fees. I moved into a one-bedroom apartment wedged between a 4-lane road and the back of a strip mall. My bedroom window looked out over a parking lot and the glowing sign of a chain pharmacy that pretended to close at 10, but always had lights on inside. It was not the kind of place you dream about living in, but it was what I could afford. Rent, car payment, the electric bill, and the debt I racked up when my ex was between jobs did not leave a lot of choices. So I stacked jobs instead. During the day, I worked at a warehouse on the edge of town. The building was a big concrete box with no personality. Inside, it always smelled like dust, cardboard, and whatever chemical they used to clean the bathrooms. The air was dry enough that by noon, your nose hurt. My world from 7 to 3 was pallets, shrink wrap, and the constant beep, beep, beep of forklifts backing up. There was a break room there too, with a different humming vending machine and different tired chairs, but the same kind of fluorescent light that made everybody look like they were recovering from something. The guys would sit around, scrolling their phones, watching videos with the volume too loud. Nobody asked about anyone's life unless they needed a favor swapping shifts. At 3 o'clock, I would clock out, walk across the lot to my car, and sit there for a minute with the engine off. I kept my pizza shirt hanging from the back of the passenger seat, the red and black fabric, a little greasy even after washing. There was something depressing about changing from one uniform to another in the front seat of a 10-year-old Honda, but it saved time. I would pull my warehouse t-shirt over my head, ball it up on the floor, and slip the polo on, checking in the rearview mirror to make sure the collar did not curl up like a wilted leaf. By 4 o'clock, I was usually pulling into the strip mall where the pizza place sat. You know the kind of center I am talking about. Every town has 2 or 3. A liquor store with dark windows and blinking lottery signs. A nail salon with posters that never match the manicures people actually get. A payday loan office, and right in the middle, our glowing red pizza sign buzzing against the evening sky. The parking lot out front was full of potholes and faded lines. I always parked under the same light pole, even during the day. Old habit. I am not the kind of person who likes to roll the dice on where they leave their car. I lock my doors, going 20 miles an hour. I check the back seat before I put the key in the ignition. If I have to park more than 3 spaces away from any other vehicle at night, I angle the car so my front bumper faces the way I plan to leave. That is just how my brain has always worked. Inside the pizza shop, everything was louder and closer than the warehouse. The door chime dinged every time someone came in for a pickup. The little ice machine under the soda fountain coughed and clunked like it was dying. The AC units on the roof roared through the thin ceiling tiles in the summer and wheezed through the vents in winter. The ovens along the back wall ran hot, fans blasting heat out every time someone slid a pizza in or pulled one out, making the whole place smell like hot bread, melted cheese, and burnt edges. There was a small radio shoved onto a shelf in the back near the prep table, permanently tuned to a local station. It never seemed to be fully in tune. Songs and DJ chatter came through with a faint hiss, like there was always a storm between us and the transmitter. I used that radio to tell time sometimes. If they were playing commercials for used car lots and injury lawyers, it was rush hour. If it was the late-night talk guy muttering about conspiracies after 9, I knew I had been there too long. I was not working there for the thrill. Some delivery drivers get a kick out of racing the clock, seeing how fast they can weave through traffic, bragging about how many runs they can cram into one night. That was never me. I parked under the lights. I locked the car, even if I was just running to a door and back. And I double-checked addresses because I hated the idea of showing up on the wrong porch and having some confused stranger open the door. People might hear what happened to me and think I was reckless, or that I must have been ignoring obvious red flags. But the truth is, I have always been the cautious one, the guy who hangs back, the guy who says, "You go ahead, I will catch up." It did not save me from ending up where I did. That is the part that really sticks. If I am being fair, there were warning signs, not obvious ones, not like in a movie, but little things that should have added up to more in my head. There was one delivery a few months before the night in the clearing that I almost never talk about, even when I try to tell this story to myself. It was a Wednesday, slower than usual. I remember because I had been staring at the slice warmer for 10 minutes, thinking about how long the pepperoni had been spinning in there. A call came in for a medium cheese, cash, to an older neighborhood a few miles away. Nothing strange on paper. I grabbed the box, slid it into the bag, and headed out like I had done 100 times before. The house was one of those narrow, tired 2-stories with peeling paint and a porch light that looked like it had been hanging there since the 70s. The street was quiet. No kids, no TVs bleeding through windows, just the distant whoosh of cars on the main road a few blocks over. The only light on the block was that porch light and my headlights idling at the curb. I walked up, pizza bag in one hand, receipt and pen in the other. There was no doorbell, just a worn wooden door with a brass knocker and a cloudy peephole. I knocked. The sound thudded dully, like the wood was swollen, or the hallway behind it was filled with heavy fabric. Nobody answered. I waited, listening. Sometimes people take a second to get off the couch, wipe their hands, find their wallet. I could hear a faint TV somewhere inside, but no voices, no footsteps. I knocked again, harder this time, and called out, "Pizza!" That was when I heard it. Not a word, not even a full sound. Just breathing. It was right on the other side of the door. Close enough that, if the wood had not been there, I think I would have felt it on my face. Slow, measured breaths, like someone trying very hard to stay quiet and failing. The hair on my arm stood up so fast it almost hurt. I stared at the peephole. It was just a dead eye of glass staring back at me. Then, as I watched, it went dark. Not for long, half a second maybe, but something on the other side moved close enough to block the little circle of light coming from behind me. Every instinct I had screamed at me to step back, to say something, to do anything except stand there like an idiot holding a pizza. But I did not move. I just said, "Hello." My voice sounded thin and high to my own ears. The breathing stopped. The TV kept murmuring somewhere deeper in the house. A car rolled past at the end of the block. A dog barked twice in the distance. But at the door, inches away from me, there was suddenly nothing. No breath, no shifting, just a silence that felt deliberate. I waited another 15 seconds, which felt like a full minute. My fingers started to ache from holding the bag. Finally, I put the pizza down on the mat, scribbled "no answer" on the receipt, and backed away. I didn't turn my back on the door until I hit the first step. Even then, I could feel it between my shoulder blades, like eyes. Back at the store, I told my coworker it was weird, but I made it a joke. "Guy ordered a pizza just to breathe on me through the door," I said, and he laughed, shook his head, and went back to folding boxes. Our manager grumbled about people wasting our time, but did not say much else. The story turned into a throwaway line for a few days. At least they answered the door this time, that kind of thing. But that night was the first time I really felt it. That sense of being observed not as a person, but as something someone was measuring, testing, seeing how close they could get before I would notice. The way the peephole went dark for half a second. The way the breathing cut off the instant I said, "hello," like whoever was behind that door was not interested in pizza at all. I told myself I was being paranoid. I convinced myself it was probably some kid messing around, or a socially awkward shut-in who got embarrassed at the last second. I filed it away under odd but harmless, and kept delivering, kept changing shirts in my car, kept parking under the same streetlight every night. Looking back, though, that was the first time I felt watched in a way that stayed with me afterward. The first time the space on the other side of a door did not feel neutral. If I had listened harder to that feeling, if I had taken it seriously instead of turning it into a joke for my coworkers, maybe I would have argued a little more when my manager handed me that last order slip for the community hall out on County Road 17. Maybe. Or maybe some roads are going to find you no matter how careful you think you are. It was a Thursday night, the kind of night that feels like it should be a Friday, but stubbornly is not. By 9:30, the rush had cooled off. The last of the dinner crowd had come and gone. The ovens were still on, humming low and radiating heat, but most of the pizzas on the make table were for carryout orders lined up on the counter, waiting for people who always seemed to arrive 10 minutes late. The air inside the shop was thick with the smell of tomato sauce, melted cheese, and that permanent undertone of burnt crust that never really leaves. We had the usual end-of-night mess going on. Flour dusted the stainless steel prep tables like someone had tried to shake snow off their hands. A few empty cheese bags lay crumpled near the trash. The ice machine under the soda fountain coughed and spat a few lonely cubes into the bin. The little bell over the front door dinged once when a guy in a hoodie slipped in to grab his pickup order, then dinged again as he left, letting in a blade of cold air that made the front window shiver. I had just come back from what I thought was my last delivery of the night, a regular over in the apartment complex behind the high school. Decent tip, short drive, the kind of run that lets you start mentally clocking out. I dropped the insulated bag onto the metal shelf by the make line and pulled my phone out to check the time. 9:27 p.m. If I was lucky, we would stop taking orders at 9:30, clean up by 10, and I could be home on my couch by 10:30, 11 at the latest. I was already building the night in my head. Shower hot enough to fog the mirror. Clean t-shirt. The soft groove in my couch that my body had carved over months. Some meaningless show playing while I scrolled my phone and pretended that tomorrow was different from today in any way that mattered. That is exactly when my manager yelled my name. He was up at the front counter, one elbow on the laminate, phone still in his hand. The overhead menu screens painted his face in pale blue and red colors. Even from the back, I could tell he was annoyed because his voice hit that higher note it gets when he has to turn away business or answer a call after he has decided he is done for the night. "Hey," he said, waving a ticket in the air like it might bite him. "You got one more." I felt the small, stupid bubble of relief in my chest pop. "We still taking orders?" I asked, even though I knew the answer. If the phone rang, and it was not completely unreasonable, he almost never said no. That was one of the reasons the store's numbers were good and his temper was bad. He rolled his eyes. They called right under the cutoff. Big one. 4 large. Wings. 2 2-liters. Put 'em on the driver that is still here. That is you. He handed me the receipt. It was longer than usual, the paper curling slightly at the end. I scanned it automatically. 4 large pizzas, all different toppings. 1 order of hot wings. 2 2-liter sodas. Cash on delivery. Then my eyes slid to the address, and something snagged in my brain. I had done this enough that most street names in a 15-mile radius at least rang a bell. This one did not. County Road 17, followed by a number that was too high to be near any neighborhood I knew. Underneath the address, in the line where businesses sometimes put their name, someone had written, Lakeside Community Hall. We did get the occasional order from small churches and community centers. They usually called ahead, sometimes wanted 50 wings or 10 pizzas at once. The weird part was not the community hall on the receipt. The weird part was that I had never heard of any place with Lakeside in the name out where that road ran. And I had lived in this town long enough to know where the lakes and fake lakes were. "When did we start delivering out there?" I asked, tapping the paper with my finger. "We even go that far?" My manager shrugged, dropping the phone back into its cradle like it offended him. The caller ID screen still glowed for a second before fading out. Just a 10-digit number. No name. No business. "If the GPS finds it, you go," he said. "They said it is for some kind of meeting or something. Late PTA, church thing, I do not know. Big order though. That is 20-something bucks on the food alone. Good tip territory if they are not cheapskates." "It is almost 10, I said. "Kind of late for a PTA meeting, isn't it?" He gave me a look that said he did not care about PTA schedules as long as cash came back in the drawer. "You want to argue or you want the run? You're the only driver still on. The other guys checked out already. Take it or I have to put no delivery in the system, and you know how corporate gets about that." He had a point. Marking no delivery on an order always came back to haunt the store. Complaints, surveys, why are we losing this territory, emails. I had heard him rant about it enough times. My sore feet and desire to be home did not matter in the face of some family or group expecting pizza in the middle of nowhere. I looked at the address again. County Road 17. I could picture where that was on the map in relation to us, just from all the hours staring at Google Maps between runs. It was not that the distance itself was insane. It was just far enough that I knew once I took that turn, there would not be much around. "That is pretty far out," I said, less as a complaint and more as a fact. "Which is why the tip will be good," he shot back. "You always complain about money, man. Here is money. Go get it. You will be fine. If it is dead out there, drop the pizzas Come back, and we will call it a night." He was already turning away to wipe down the cutting station. Conversation over as far as he was concerned. The backroom radio crackled static, and then half of a song I recognized, chopped off by interference. I took the ticket to the make line, lined it up with the other slips. The ovens were already half cooling, but they were still hot enough. I helped assemble the 4 pies, slid them onto the conveyor, and watched them disappear into the orange glow. The heat on my face made me forget for a moment that I was about to go back out into air, cold enough to bite exposed skin. While the pizzas were baking, I filled the wing container, snapped the lid on, grabbed the 2 2-liters from the cooler. The cardboard from the soda boxes was damp under my fingers. For some reason, I kept looking up at the wall clock above the office door. 9:34, 9:37, 9:41. Every minute felt more significant than it should have. The oven spat the pizzas out one by one, cheese still bubbling. I boxed them, slid the little plastic tables into the middle of each pie, scribbled the ticket number on the front. The smell made my stomach growl. I realized I had not eaten since lunch at the warehouse, unless you count the single cold slice I had shoved into my mouth over the trash can at 7. I stacked the 4 boxes into the insulated bag, careful not to crush anything. Tucked the wing container and sodas under my arm and headed for the back door. That was when someone caught my elbow. It was Mark, one of the other drivers, older than me by at least 10 years. He had already half changed out of his uniform, jacket zipped up, car keys on a lanyard wrapped around his fingers. He was usually the loud one, always with a story about traffic or weird customers. Right now, his voice dropped low. "You taking that County Road 17 run?" he asked. I held up the slip. "Looks like it." He glanced at the address, then at me. For the first time since I had known him, he did not have a joke ready. His mouth tightened around whatever he was about to say. "Watch yourself on that road," he said finally. "That area gets weird after dark." He must have seen something in my face, because he immediately tried to shrug it off, forcing a half smile. "I mean, it is just dark, that is all. No lights. People drive like idiots. Deer everywhere. Just, keep your eyes open. You'll be fine." He clapped me on the shoulder, a little too hard, and pushed through the front door with a gust of cold air, keys jingling. His laugh floated back once as he said something to the cashier, but it sounded strained now that I was listening for it. I stood there for a second, the weight of the bag digging into my fingers, the slip of paper crinkling under my thumb. The back door was a few steps away, a metal slab with a push bar and a little square window, half fogged from the difference between inside and out. I told myself I was being dramatic. It was just another road, just another late-night order, just another strange address on a list of 100 this month that I had never seen before. Still, my stomach felt heavier than it should have. I hit the push bar with my hip, juggling the bag and the sodas. The door swung open with a hiss from the hydraulic closer, letting in a rush of cold that clawed under my collar. For a brief second, all the sounds of the store, ovens humming, radio hissing, someone laughing near the front, were behind me, muffled, as I stepped out into the alley. The door eased shut behind me, the closer exhaling a long, soft breath before the latch clicked. The noise of the shop cut off like someone had turned off a TV. In front of me, the small back lot stretched out under a sky that had turned the color of a bruise. My car sat where it always did, under a tired parking lot light that flickered once, twice, before holding steady. I stared at it, at the dark interior behind the glass, at the way my headlights would cut through the night in just a few minutes, and for reasons I could not explain, my fingers tightened around the handle of the insulated bag until my knuckles ached. The pizzas were still burning the underside of my forearms by the time I got to the car. I hooked the insulated bag against my hip, the cardboard edges pressing through the nylon into my skin, and carried the 2-liter bottles by their plastic ring handle. The plastic dug into my fingers in that familiar way, the way that always left little red lines across my knuckles by the end of the night. When I exhaled, my breath rolled up in front of my face in a white cloud and vanished in the dark. The back lot behind the strip mall was quiet, too quiet compared to the noise I had just stepped out of. No radio, no oven fans, no door chime, just the low, distant rush of traffic from the main road out front and the faint whine of the AC unit on the roof, trying to convince itself it still had work to do in January. My car sat where it always did, under that tired parking lot light. The bulb buzzed faintly, giving everything a washed-out yellow tint that made even the snow piles in the far corner look dirty. As I got closer, my reflection swam in the driver's side window for a moment. Tired eyes, red polo, zipped halfway under a jacket, hair sticking up in the back where I had run my fingers through it too many times. I popped the trunk with the remote and lowered the bag in carefully, wedging it against an old milk crate full of bungee cords, a scraper, and a couple of filthy windshield washer jugs. The trunk lid thunked shut, a solid, familiar sound. I set the sodas on the floor of the back seat, upright, nudging aside an empty water bottle and a crumpled receipt that had escaped the trash. Inside the car, everything smelled like it always did. A mix of old food, cheap pine air freshener, and whatever industrial cleaner the detail place had used the last time I bothered paying for a wash. Nothing fancy. A dashboard wipe hanging on longer than it should. A fast food bag shoved under the passenger seat, long since emptied and forgotten. I sank into the driver's seat, feeling the springs and foam accept my weight in the way that felt almost like a sigh. The vinyl was cold, even through my jacket. I turned the key halfway to let the dashboard come alive, the check engine light blinking once, the fuel gauge climbing slowly, the soft click of the fan. I thumbed the seat warmer button out of habit. The little orange light came on, promising comfort that would not really arrive until I was halfway down the road. My phone mount was a cheap plastic thing stuck to the windshield, slightly crooked. I slid my phone into it, the case scraping against the sides, and brought up the Maps app. The address from the ticket was still there in the delivery app. I copied it over with my thumb and hit directions. The route unfolded in blue on the screen. 20 minutes, 10 on the main highway, then a turnoff I had never taken, another 10 on smaller roads. The little blue arrow representing my car pulsed patiently in the parking lot, waiting for me to decide I was actually going. Just a community hall, I muttered, as much to myself as to the empty car. Big order, good tip, in and out. The engine turned over on the first try, shuddering before smoothing into the familiar idle. I shifted into reverse, backed out of the space, and turned toward the narrow lane that led around the side of the building. In my rear view, the back door of the pizza shop was already closing, the rectangle of light shrinking, then disappearing as the hydraulic closer pulled it shut with that slow, soft hiss. Out front, the world was still wide awake. The gas station canopy glowed white and green, casting sharp puddles of light on the concrete. Cars pulled in and out, tires crunching over old snow and broken asphalt. The liquor store sign flashed neon red, the open blinking a little slower than the rest of the letters. Headlights and taillights flowed past in both directions on the main road, red and white streaks that felt, for a moment, like safety. I turned left with the light, merging into the stream. The tires hummed on the smoother asphalt here, the sound of rubber and road, a steady background drone. The heater finally kicked real warmth into the cabin. I tuned the radio away from the pop station in the shop to a local talk show where some guy was droning on about city council zoning decisions. Static fuzzed over his voice at the edges, like the airwaves were tired too. At first, it was just another drive. Red lights would stack up every quarter mile, pools of brake light reflecting off the wet patches on the asphalt. I knew this stretch like the back of my hand. Chain restaurants, car dealerships, big box stores with half their parking lots empty, their logos standing over everything like lit-up sentries. The more familiar ground I covered, the easier it was to push down that little knot of unease. Churches and community centers did weird hours sometimes. I had delivered to basements full of youth group kids playing video games at 10:30 on a school night. I had dropped pies at small-town government meetings that seemed to go on until midnight for no good reason. Rural people gathered late. It was not that weird. The GPS chimed gently, the robot voice calm and almost bored. In 1 mile, use the right lane to take the ramp to Highway 12. I eased over, blinkers clicking rhythmically. Overhead, the sky was the flat, lightless kind of dark you get near cities. Clouds stretched across the sky like a lid, reflecting just enough of the town's glow to erase any stars. I took the ramp, feeling the slight tilt in my stomach as the road curved up and around, then straightened. The sound inside the car changed as the speed picked up, the low rumble turning into a louder hiss of air rushing past the doors. The buildings on either side spaced out. Houses started to appear instead of businesses. Single-story ranch homes, porches lit by 1 or 2 yellow bulbs, little flags flicking half-heartedly in the wind. The orange sodium streetlights marched along either side of the highway at regular intervals at first, each one casting a circle of light onto the road like stepping stones. But the farther I got, the more gaps I noticed between them. A light would miss its turn, leaving a patch of road darker than the rest. A few poles stood empty, heads dark, as if nobody had bothered changing the bulbs in years. Continue for 6 miles, the GPS instructed. The blue arrow crept along, moving us away from the thicker lines on the map into a part of the screen where the names of roads thinned out and the green areas got bigger. The radio host's voice dissolved into static briefly as I passed under an overpass, then came back, complaining now about parking fees downtown. I considered turning it off, then left it on just low enough that it became texture, another layer of sound for my brain to hold on to. Out the windshield, the town was beginning to flatten. The big glowing signs fell away, replaced by occasional gas stations with fewer pumps, fast food places with almost empty lots, a closed antique store with a hand-painted sign and barred windows. The gaps between businesses grew. Houses sat farther back from the road, their driveways long, mailboxes leaning. A couple of times, I thought about turning around, calling the store, and telling the manager that the road was blocked, or the address did not exist, or something. My brain ran through excuses at the same speed as the car, but each time I told myself the same line: it is just a hall. People rent them for birthdays, for fundraisers, for whatever. They probably just forgot to say it is behind something you know. The absurdity of me, a grown man, being spooked by a line of text that said Lakeside Community Hall, made me feel a little embarrassed. There were worse places to be at 10 p.m. than in my own car on a not quite empty highway. The exit for County Road 17 came up faster than I was ready for. The sign was the older kind. Reflective paint faded just enough that the numbers looked ghosted in the beams of my headlights. I flicked on my turn signal, slowed, and followed the curve down onto the smaller road. The immediate difference was in the sound. The thick, smooth hum of the highway gave way to a rougher texture, the tires thumping lightly over patched sections, seams, and cracks. The houses that had been scattered along the highway shoulders disappeared almost immediately, replaced on both sides by open space. Fields, maybe, or just large, dark shapes that my headlights could not reach all the way across. The orange streetlights here were fewer and farther between. One, close to the intersection, burned bright, making the road look almost normal for 100 yards. The next was a faint glow in the distance. A third, beyond that, was dead completely, a tall, dark pole against a darker sky. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Behind me, the faint glow of town had reduced to a kind of low, orange smudge on the horizon, like a city seen from an airplane window. It did not feel like a place I could just slip back into easily now. The distance between that glow and my taillights felt heavier than the actual miles. Turn right in 0.8 miles, the GPS said. The thin gray line of County Road 17 stretched ahead on the screen, the blue arrow inching toward a smaller thread that branched off and disappeared into what the map showed as blank. No more labeled side streets, no more helpful little icons. My fingers tightened a little on the steering wheel. I flexed them, one at a time, trying to shake the tension out without admitting that was what I was doing. "It is just a community hall," I said out loud, if only to hear another human voice in the car. People rent them all the time. The heater whirred. The talk radio host laughed at his own joke about parking. The wind pressed a little harder against the passenger side door, like the night outside was making sure I knew it was there. County Road 17 felt like a line somebody had drawn as an afterthought. It was a 2-lane blacktop, the surface gone that tired gray that roads get when they have seen too many winters. The center line was technically yellow, but it had faded so much that it looked more like a suggestion than a rule. A ghost of paint barely visible when my headlights washed over it. Every few hundred feet, a skinny reflector post stuck up out of the ditch. White or orange, some bent, some missing entirely, like broken teeth. There were no sidewalks out here, no curbs. Just the edge of the asphalt crumbling into shallow ditches filled with winter-dead brush, tangles of dry stems and collapsed weeds. The kind of ground that would be buzzing with insects and hidden things in summer was now just a flattened, brittle mess under a thin frosting of old snow. I drove past a cluster of houses that looked like they belonged to a different world than the strip malls and gas stations I had just left behind. Smaller, older places with peeling siding and sagging porches. Some had their porch lights on, throwing cones of yellow light onto cracked concrete steps. Others were dark, no signs of movement, just a shape hunched against the cold. A couple of American flags hung out front, stiff in the still air, their fabric crackling faintly whenever the car's wake disturbed them. Here and there, someone had not bothered to take down their Christmas decorations yet. Plastic reindeer half buried in the dead grass. Strings of lights hanging in lazy loops, unlit. A snowman figure sat slumped in one yard, his painted carrot nose chipped. Behind those first few houses, though, there was less. The gaps between driveways widened. The mailboxes stood farther apart, some leaning at odd angles like they wanted to lie down and be done with it. The radio started to complain around the same time the houses thinned out. The talk show host's voice crackled, fading in and out, chopped up by interference. One sentence would make it through clear. The next would dissolve into hiss, like the words were being sanded down as they crossed some invisible line. I tapped the dial, searching for a clearer station, but every notch of the tuner seemed to bring in a different flavor of static. Distant country music, a burst of Spanish singing, somebody preaching to nobody at all, then nothing. Just the sound of the ocean made out of electricity. After a minute of that, I gave up and clicked the radio off. The silence that followed was not really silence. It was the sound of the engine, low and steady, the hiss of the heater fan, the rumble of the tires on asphalt that was not quite smooth. Without the radio, those noises stepped forward, clearer, like I had turned up the volume on the night. A red light surprised me at an intersection with a bigger cross street. The single traffic signal hung from a wire, swaying slightly, even though there was no wind. Its face an unblinking red eye, I eased to a stop, the car rocking gently as it settled. It was the only sign of order at that intersection. No other cars, no pedestrians, just the empty crossroads and the dull hum of electricity in the lines overhead. I took the opportunity to pick up the order slip from the cup holder and look at it again. It was creased now, from where my thumb had worried at the edge without me noticing. Customer name, J. Smith. Real creative. Phone number, the same 10 digits I had seen flash on the caller ID in the store. No area code from out of state, just a normal local number. Delivery instructions, blank. Payment type, cash. The line for company name still read Lakeside Community Hall in the blocky font of our system. Everything about it looked like 100 other tickets I had run that month. Medium incomes, generic names, no one bothering to fill in the notes section. If you held it up and covered the address, you would never pick it out from the pile. When the caller had phoned in, I had only heard my manager's side of the conversation. Just the usual rhythm of how many, and what toppings, and that will be about 45 minutes. It was only later, when I was back at the store after everything, that he told me something about that call that I cannot stop thinking about now. At the time, though, all I had was the slip and the memory of the way he handed it to me, irritated but not worried. The light turned green with a faint mechanical thunk, and I went through the intersection. On the other side, the world narrowed even more. The houses that had clung to the road dropped away completely. Trees moved closer, lining both sides more tightly, dark trunks rising up like bars. County Road 17 rolled on ahead, a black ribbon cutting through a landscape that felt like it had gone to bed hours ago. There is a particular kind of quiet you only get in places like that at that time of night. In the city, Even the late hours have noise. Sirens, distant bass from somebody's car, the occasional shout. Out there, once you leave the last cluster of houses, the only sounds are the ones you bring with you. The engine's idle when I slowed for a curve. The soft sigh of the heater as it blew warm air onto the windshield. The low, constant droning contact of rubber and road. Sometimes, a small stone on the pavement would pop under a tire, a little tick that made my shoulders jump. I glanced down at the GPS again. The little blue triangle showing my car was no longer on a big, bold line with a name. It was inching along a thinner gray line now, with a stretch of greenish nothing on either side. The estimated time ticked down in the corner. 6 minutes remaining. The screen made the road look simple. A straight shot, then a slight curve, then a turn. In real life, it felt more like I was driving through a throat. I thought about the call, even though I had not heard it. My manager had told me, afterward, that the first thing the person on the other end had asked was not about price or timing. It was, do your drivers go all the way down County Road 17? Not even, do you deliver to my address? But, how far do your drivers go? Like they were checking the limits of our reach. He said the caller's voice was flat, hard to place. Not obviously male or female, young or old. The kind of voice that could belong to a teacher, a nurse, a person at a help desk. Normal, if you did not pay attention to the words. According to him, they had also asked what time our drivers stopped running. He thought they were just making sure they could get their food before we closed, which is a thing people do all the time. But the exact question had been, how late do you send drivers out there? Out where? He had assumed they meant that general part of town. They must have meant something else. Sitting there in the car, 6 minutes away from an address that existed more on paper than in my head. The way he had phrased it back then bothered me more than it should have. The idea of someone on the other end of the line not just ordering food, but mapping out our routes, our habits, our limits. I tried to shake it off. People word things weirdly all the time. They are nervous, or distracted, or they have never ordered from us before and do not know how to ask what they actually mean. Jay Smith could be a substitute teacher who drew the short straw to order pizzas for some late meeting. A church volunteer in charge of feeding whoever stayed behind to stack chairs. A scout leader. 100 ordinary possibilities. The problem was that the town around me did not feel like it had room for those possibilities. The windows I passed were mostly dark. The few lights I saw were the kind people leave on timers to make it look like someone is home when they are not. Christmas strings still drooped along a porch railing, unlit, bouncing slightly as a cold breeze moved through. My eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror. The glow of the more populated part of town was a smear now, low and distant, just enough to make the horizon not entirely black. It looked fragile, like something that could be snuffed out if you pinched your fingers together around it. I looked back at the road, at the fading center line, at the next reflector post leaning toward the ditch, and at the map where the blue arrow kept moving deeper into a gray patch that had no labels. My thumb drummed once on the steering wheel. I told myself to knock it off. 6 minutes, I said, voice low in the quiet cabin. Drop the food, get the cash, turn around. That is it. The car did not answer, of course. It just kept going, carrying me farther into a place that, somehow, managed to look like part of my town, and not part of it at the same time. The farther I went, the more the road felt like it was shrugging off responsibility. The gaps between the streetlights stretched wider until they were no longer gaps, but the norm. A light here, a light there, then nothing at all. The last functioning one I passed hummed weakly overhead, throwing down a circle of orange the color of old bruises. Beyond that, the poles were still there, but the heads were dark, silhouetted against a sky that had gone completely flat. The clouds had thickened into a low, featureless blanket. No stars, no moon, just that heavy, lid-like gray that reflects a little of the world below and makes everything look washed out. My headlights, suddenly, were not competing with anything. They were the only real light in front of me. Twin tunnels of white carving into the dark. Outside that tight cone, the world might as well not have existed. The trees lining the road became tall, skeletal shapes. Trunks standing shoulder to shoulder. Their bare branches reached out over the asphalt and across it, clawing at the edges of my high beams. Every time I drove under a particularly dense cluster, the shadows wove together overhead, and it felt, just for a second, like the road was slipping under a low ceiling in some vast, empty building. The GPS chimed softly, the calm, synthetic voice not matching the tightness I felt in my chest. In 800 feet, turn right. I leaned forward a little, peering through the windshield. The road ahead curved gently. Beyond the bend, all I could see was more darkness and the gleam of my own lights bouncing off a reflective post. It was subtle at first, a glint of something on my right that was not a reflector. As I rounded the curve, it caught the full force of my headlights and flared white for a second before resolving into shape. A small metal sign, half tilted, mounted on a rusting pole in the ditch. I slowed, tires crunching over some stray gravel, and read the faded letters as they came into view. Lakeside Community Hall. Private events. Below that, in smaller text, nearly eaten away by rust and weather, the arrow pointed down a narrow side road that I would have missed completely if not for the sign. For a moment, I just sat there at the edge of my lane, blinker ticking lazily, illuminating the trees on either side with a soft amber pulse. The side road itself was a skinny cut in the darkness, barely wide enough for two cars to squeeze past each other. No shoulder, no reflectors, no signs of any kind of life. Turn right, the GPS repeated, a little more insistent. I looked back at the main road in my mirror. It stretched behind me, a darker strip against the surrounding night, empty in both directions. The orange glow of town was gone now. All I saw was my own taillights reflected in the glass. I took a breath, feeling the air in the car cool a little now that the heater was fighting more than just the outside temperature. My hand tapped the steering wheel once, twice. Just a haul, I told myself. These things are always down weird little roads. The front of the car rolled into the turn almost before I finished the sentence. The change in the surface was immediate. The smoothish blacktop of County Road 17 gave way to something rougher. First, it was old asphalt, patched and cracked, the tires thumping over seams and potholes. Then, within a few car lengths, the sound under me changed again. Softer, looser, gravel. The steering wheel vibrated in my hands as the tires bit into the uneven mix of dirt and stones. Bits of rock pinged up against the undercarriage. Something in the passenger side door started to rattle. A pen in the compartment, maybe, or a plastic fork, and kept up a faint, jittery clatter that made me want to reach over and smack it quiet. I did not take my hands off the wheel. My headlights swept over the new surroundings, and wherever they went, the world seemed to shrink. The trees that had been an arm's length from the pavement on the main road moved in even closer here. Their trunks were larger, older, gnarled at the base like fists. The ditches on either side deepened, cutting down into shadow. There were no houses, no mailboxes, no little gravel driveways cutting away from the road. Just the narrow path I was on and the suggestion of more, darker woods beyond. Every so often, the gravel would thin out where rain had washed it away, and the tires would sink slightly into softer earth before finding purchase again. The car swayed and bumped, the headlights bouncing over the ground ahead, making shadows jump and shiver in a way that made it hard to tell what was solid and what was just light lying to my eyes. Continue for half a mile, the GPS said. The blue arrow on the screen crawled along a line that seemed thinner now, barely there, surrounded by empty green. I found myself leaning closer to the windshield again, like proximity would help. The sky above the tree line was that same dull, lid-like gray. But down here, moving through the tunnel of branches, it felt lower. The world was stacking overhead, compressing the space between ground and sky into a smaller and smaller pocket that just happened to be where my car was. It was the kind of place where, if your engine died, you would sit there for a second, hands still on the wheel, and realize that the last thing you had heard from another human being was 20 minutes and several turns ago. The road curved gently to the left, then back right. Each bend came up faster than I wanted it to at the speed I was going. So I eased off the gas, letting the car crawl forward. 20 miles an hour. 15. The only light was mine. Beyond the reach of the beams, the trees and earth could have been anything, rearranging themselves between glances. I caught glimpses of the ditch now and then, a bit of snow, a plastic bag snagged on a bush, a glint of glass from an old bottle, little human fingerprints in a place that did not feel like it wanted them. As the car crept over another patch of rougher ground, the tires threw up a few stones that skittered along the undercarriage with a sharp, hollow clack. The sound ricocheted inside the cabin. For a second, I had the irrational thought that someone had hit the car from beneath. 200 feet, destination on right, the GPS announced. I squinted past the glare of my own headlights, searching for anything that looked like a building, a parking lot, even just a wider space where cars might have turned around before. At first, I saw nothing but the gravel road sliding under me and the trees ahead, packed tight. Then something flat and vertical caught the light just off to the right, a surface that did not bend like a tree or disappear into branches. I slowed even more, almost to a crawl, and the object resolved out of the glare. It was another sign. This one was larger than the first, mounted on 2 posts instead of 1, set back a few feet from where the gravel widened out into a kind of crude, open area. The metal was scarred and pitted, the edges rusted. Someone had painted over it more than once. Layers of color clung to the surface in patches. White, then gray, then a strange green that had long since surrendered to the weather. The letters were almost gone, but in the stark, unforgiving wash of my headlights, I could still make them out, faint but readable. Lakeside Community Hall. Underneath, in a different font, slanted slightly, were words that had not been on the order slip. No trespassing. Property under renovation. The space beyond the sign was not lit. If there was a hall there, I could not see it yet, The headlights only cut so far into the clearing. There were no other cars, no welcome lights, no banners, no sign that any kind of event was happening or had happened here in a long time. I let my foot off the gas completely. The car rolled the last few feet on its own momentum, then settled into a stop with a tiny bounce as the suspension adjusted to the uneven ground. The engine kept idling, the sound suddenly feeling too loud, like it did not belong in the same scene as that weathered sign. On the seat beside me, the order slip sat with its neat black text, stubbornly insisting that my destination, the address printed in the system, the one the manager had read off without hesitation, was an active community hall. A place that rented itself out for PTA meetings, church groups, birthday parties. The metal in front of me, with its ghost letters and warning, told a different story. Property under renovation, no trespassing. Words that said closed, empty, forgotten. For the first time that night, the uneasy feeling in my gut stopped being a vague weight and clicked into something sharper, a clear edge, a thought that did not have room for excuses. Something about this was wrong. The heater whispered warm air over my hands on the steering wheel. The headlights hummed, their beams steady on the sign. Out in the trees, something creaked, a branch shifting, or something else moving in the dark. I sat there, the engine idling, looking at that sign that said I should not be here, and realized that whoever had called the store had ordered from a place that, at least officially, did not exist anymore. If I had been smarter, I would have taken that sign as the end of the road. Instead, I eased my foot back onto the gas like a coward trying to convince himself he was brave, and let the car roll forward past the no trespassing notice. The gravel under the tires shifted from loose to more packed, like other vehicles had made this short stretch of road before me. The trees that had been packed tight along the sides started to thin. Not much at first, just a widening of the dark gaps between trunks. Then, over the crunch and hiss of the tires, I heard a subtle change in the way sound moved around the car. Less echo from close-in tree walls, more open air in front. A few seconds later, the last of the trees on either side fell away, and my headlights spilled out into a clearing. The building sat in the middle of it, like something dropped there and forgotten. It was a single-story brick rectangle, low and squat, the kind of structure you could imagine full of folding tables and the smell of church coffee in another life. The bricks were darkened with age and weather, stained in irregular patches like watermarks on old paper. The roof was a shallow slope, maybe asphalt shingle once, now just a heavy dark shape against the slightly lighter sky. At the front, facing me directly, were heavy double doors made of painted metal. The paint had peeled in long vertical strips, exposing dull silver underneath. Two narrow concrete steps led up to them, the edges softened from years of use that did not seem to have happened recently. Along the right side, my headlights caught a series of windows, small, rectangular things set high into the wall. Some were boarded over with hastily nailed planks, wood-grayed and warped. Others were just dirty, glass clouded with grime, reflecting my headlights back in distorted smears. In one, the glass looked cracked, a white line branching through the pane like a frozen lightning strike. There were no cars, not in front of the building, not along the tree line, not tucked into the shadows. The uneven field of gravel and dead grass around the hall was completely empty. No tire tracks fresh enough to stand out. No footprints. No cigarette butts, no paper cups, no signs of recent congregations. Just the quiet open space and that dark brick box at its center. I pulled the car a little farther forward until I was facing the doors straight on, leaving a good distance between us. The gravel crunched and then settled as I came to a stop. My headlights threw two harsh white bars of light across the ground and slammed them into the facade. The effect made the building look even worse. Every flaw stood out in surgical detail. The peeling paint on the doors, the spiderweb cracks in the concrete steps, the greenish streaks on the bricks where water had run down and dried, run again and dried again, carving its own path over years. The faint outline where a sign used to hang above the door, bolts still embedded in the wall, the metal plate long gone. Somewhere behind the building, a small stand of trees finally caught the edge of the light, trunks and lower branches only, the tops disappearing into shadow. Beyond that, nothing but dark. I left the engine running. Part of it was about the cold. The temperature outside had dropped enough that the glass on the windshield was starting to fog at the edges. Part of it was something closer to superstition. If the car was still alive, still idling, still able to move, then I was not really trapped. I could back up, turn around, go. That is what I told myself. The engine had developed a roughness over the years that I could feel through the steering wheel. A slight, irregular tremor that had not been there when the car was new. Sitting there with both hands on the wheel, I could feel every misfire, every tiny shiver. The dash vibrated just enough to make the parking pass clip their buzz against the plastic. The fan blew warm air around my ankles and over my hands, the vents whispering. Underneath that, there was the faint ticking of cooling metal from somewhere in the engine block. Little clicks as parts expanded and contracted at different rates. The noises were so familiar that I usually did not hear them at all. Tonight, they sounded foreign, like my car was trying to speak a language I did not understand. Outside the car, there was nothing. No passing vehicles in the distance, no distant siren, no dog barking from a nearby yard, no hum of a highway that you get used to and forget until it is gone. The soundscape that had always existed in the background of my nights, suburban noises, civilization noises, was gone, replaced by a kind of pure stillness that made the interior of my car feel too loud. The only outside sound was the wind, and even that felt muted. Every so often, a small gust would move through the clearing, brushing over the hood with a soft, irregular whoosh. The branches of the nearest trees would rustle, dry leaves that had somehow clung on until January, whispering against one another before settling back into place. My hands stayed on the steering wheel longer than they needed to. I sat there, fingers wrapped around the leather, tracing with my thumbs the little cracked seam where the material had split. My heartbeat had moved down into my palms. I could feel the thud of it there, sinking with the engine shudder and then slipping out of sync. The order slip was still on the passenger seat, sitting where I had dropped it when I pulled in. I reached over and picked it up, the paper soft from how many times I had handled it, edges bent. I held it up closer to read it again, as if the words might have changed since the last time. The address in the system matched what my GPS had led me to. Same road, same number. Lakeside Community Hall still sat there in the company line like a promise. There was nothing on the ticket that suggested abandoned, closed, or under renovation. According to the software, According to the caller, this place was open for business. The building in front of me disagreed. Something in my chest tightened, a thick band across my ribs. I swallowed against it and brought my other hand off the wheel, long enough to fish my phone out of my jacket pocket. The bright screen hurt my eyes after staring out into the dark, but I thumbed through the contacts until I hit the store's number and tapped it. The ring sounded thin and far away. 1, 2, 3 times. On the 4th, my manager picked up. Yeah. His voice came through layered over the background noise of the shop. The oven fan, someone laughing, a door slamming, a fragment of some song the radio was trying to play. Hey, it's me, I said. I realized my voice was quieter than usual, forced myself to push more air through it. I think I'm at the hall, out on County Road 17. Okay, he said. I could tell he was multitasking, his attention half on me and half on something else. So there's nobody here, I said. No cars, no lights. The building looks closed. There's a sign back there that says, "No trespassing, property under renovation." Are you sure this is the right address? There was a pause that lasted just a second too long. In the background, I heard the bell over the store door ding and someone shout, "Pick up for Mike." The air inside my car felt thinner. The caller gave me that address, he said finally. I put it in the system exactly like they said. GPS took you there, didn't it? Yeah, but then that is the right place, he cut in. Look, they ordered 4 larges and wings. That is not cheap. Maybe they are in the back or something. Maybe they are late getting there. At least go knock before you bail. If nobody answers, bring the stuff back and I will comp it. But you have to try. I looked past the dashboard at the double doors, gleaming dull in my headlights. They were shut. No glass to see through, no sliver of light underneath, no movement. It looks empty, I said. Like nobody has been here in a while. Nobody except whoever called us tonight, he said. I could hear the irritation sharpening in his tone now. You want your hours cut because I have to refund this. We do not just decide not to deliver because a place looks sketchy. Knock. If no one answers, fine, but give them a chance. I opened my mouth to argue and then closed it again. He had been decent to me since I started there. Let me swap shifts when the warehouse needed me late. Let me eat slices that accidentally got made wrong. I knew he did not understand what it felt like sitting here in this car, facing this dark hall, because he was not the one whose name was on the ticket. He was still talking. You're wasting time, man. Go see if they are there. I could feel my jaw clenching. Anger flickered under the anxiety. Anger at him for not seeing what I saw. At myself for needing the money enough to even consider stepping out into that clearing. At whoever had dialed our number in the first place. I'll go knock, I said finally. The words felt heavy, too solid, like swallowing coins. Good, he said, relieved. Call me back if it is a bust. He hung up before I could reply. The line went dead, taking the background noise of the store with it. The silence that rushed back in was almost physical. I lowered the phone onto my lap and let my head fall back against the headrest for a moment, staring up at the vague lighter patch of the windshield where the sky pressed down. Out there, in front of me, there was a building that was supposed to be abandoned and a ticket in my hand that said otherwise. In here, there was a car that still ran and a thin thread of common sense telling me to shift into reverse and leave. Between those two things, I sat, my heart pounding hard enough to make my fingers tremble on the wheel. weighing one against the other. Money versus instinct. Habit versus the wrongness, crawling quietly up the back of my neck. After a long moment, I pulled the keys from the ignition, just enough to stop myself from doing the easy thing by reflex. I reached back for the insulated bag handle instead. I did something I almost never do on a delivery. I turned the key just far enough to kill the engine, but I left the headlights on. The car shuddered once as the motor cut out, all that vibration I had been feeling through the steering wheel dropping away in an instant. The fan wound down in a tired sigh, leaving only a faint whine from somewhere deep inside the dashboard, like the car was still thinking about running. The radio was already off. The only lights left were the two white beams punching straight across the clearing into the brick. Without the engine noise, the quiet that poured in around me felt wrong. Not just normal, out-of-town quiet, but the kind of silence you get starting a horror movie right after the previews stop. Too sudden, too complete, like something has been cued. I sat there for one more heartbeat with my hands on the wheel, then peeled them off. My palms had left damp prints on the leather. The insulated bag was in the trunk, so I popped it with the button by my knee and heard the soft thunk of the latch releasing behind me. I grabbed my phone, stuffed it into my jacket pocket, then cracked the door open. Cold air pushed in immediately, sliding around my legs and up under my coat, carrying with it the smell of old dirt and something faintly metallic, like rusty rain gutters. I stepped out, boots meeting gravel, with a crunch that sounded much too loud, with nothing to cover it. For a second, I just stood there beside the car, letting my eyes adjust to the way the headlights carved the world up. Everything in their reach looked hyper-real. Sharp edges, hard shadows. Everything beyond that border was just suggestion and guesswork. My breath streamed out in front of me in white plumes, curling briefly in the light before vanishing. It made the air feel thicker somehow, like I was walking through something visible. I shut the car door more gently than I meant to, almost wincing at the click the latch made. The trunk lid lifted with a groan when I grabbed it, hinges protesting the cold. I reached in, fingers closing around the familiar handle of the insulated bag. The nylon was warm on one side where it had been pressed against the pizzas, stiff and cold on the other. I hauled it out and let the trunk fall shut, the impact echoing once across the open space. The two 2-liter sodas waited on the back seat where I had left them, dark shapes with white labels. I opened the rear door and scooped them up by the plastic ring. They clanked softly against each other as I shut the door with my hip. The weight of the bag pulled on my left arm. The soda handles dug into my right hand. I adjusted my grip, then turned to face the building. From the car, it had looked like a big, dark block, on foot, walking toward it. It felt more like I was approaching a piece of scenery that someone had left standing after the play ended. A structure without a story, just waiting for one. The ground between the car and the hall was more packed than the road, but still uneven. Gravel slid under my boots in little avalanches. Each step made a crunching noise that carried, bouncing back off the brick facade a half-second later. The sound did not get swallowed up by other noises the way it would have in town. It just went out, hit something, and came back to me, like the clearing was a big, open throat. As I drew closer, smaller details started to separate themselves from the blunt shapes I had seen from behind the windshield. A line of dead leaves had piled up along the base of the building, pressed against the brick where the wind had corralled them and then left them to rot. They formed a brown, matted ribbon all the way along the front, broken only by the concrete steps. Some of the leaves were pale and brittle, others gone dark and soggy, half frozen to the ground. Near the door, just to the right of the frame, a faded "no smoking" sticker clung to the brick, its corners curled. The little red circle and slash over the cigarette icon had almost completely peeled away. The remaining adhesive had picked up grime over the years, turning what was left into a grayish bruise on the wall. As I climbed the 2 steps up to the entrance, I noticed an old notice taped crookedly to the narrow strip of glass set into one of the doors. The paper had yellowed and buckled inside its cloudy plastic sleeve. The text, what I could see of it, was half faded. Some mention of renovation schedule and contact county office for inquiries, followed by a phone number that had bled into a gray blur. The space directly in front of the doors held a thin film of dirt and leaf fragments, kicked up by wind and never cleaned. If anyone had been coming and going regularly, it did not show. I looked automatically for footprints out of habit, boot marks, tread patterns, anything to tell me that traffic had passed through here recently. If there had been, the weather had smudged them. The dirt was scuffed in vague arcs, not clear impressions. There were areas slightly darker than others, where maybe wet shoes had once been, or maybe water had just seeped in under the frame. Nothing I could point to and say, someone walked here yesterday. The double doors themselves were heavier up close, even just to look at. The metal panels were painted a dull, institutional green, the color of hospital hallways and old school doors. Long strips of it had peeled away, curling back like bark from a tree to reveal the bare metal underneath. The handles were simple horizontal bars, scratched and shiny where hands had grabbed them over the years. I shifted the bag so it rested against my thigh, freeing up my left hand. There was no doorbell, no buzzer, no intercom. Just the doors, and to their right, set into the concrete wall, a narrow vertical window, maybe 8 inches wide and 4 feet tall. It was covered in a layer of dust and grime thick enough to cloud everything behind it, but not quite enough to turn it opaque. Behind the dirt, I thought I could see the suggestion of a hallway, just a darker shape within the dark, a corridor that might run left or right. The glass caught a bit of my headlight spill and threw it back in a dull smear. For a second, the reflection of my own face hovered there, distorted and ghostly. Then I shifted, and it was gone. My knuckles felt stiff from the cold as I lifted my hand to knock. For reasons I cannot justify, I took a breath first, like I was about to dive underwater, and then hit the metal with 3 solid raps. The sound was a lot louder than I anticipated. It boomed through the door, the hollow space inside turning it into something bigger, a deep, resonant thump that seemed to roll away down unseen hallways. I could hear it echo back a split second later, weaker, drawn out. Then nothing. "Pizza delivery," I called out, forcing my voice to stay level. It came out too loud anyway, bouncing off the brick around me, back into my own ears. The clearing listened. For a few heartbeats, that was all there was. The diminishing ring of my knock, the fading tail of my shout. The wind had even paused, as if waiting to see what would happen next. I was about to raise my hand and knock again, when I heard it, a sound from inside. It was faint, so faint that if I had not been straining to hear anything at all, I might have missed it. A soft, shuffling noise, Not sharp enough to be footsteps, not low enough to be machinery. It sounded like fabric brushing against something. A coat sleeve sliding along a wall, maybe, or a heavy curtain being moved just a little. There was a subtle dragging quality to it, a suggestion of weight, like something being pulled very slowly across a floor, then stopped. I held my breath, without meaning to, leaning in toward the door, the handle cold against my knee where the bag pressed. My ears buzzed with my own pulse. The sound came again, a little closer this time, I thought. A whisper of contact, then a tiny, almost inaudible thud, as if something had bumped lightly against wood or metal. Then silence. Not the natural, ambient kind of silence you get in empty places, but the sudden cut-off quiet of someone. I do not know how long I stood there after that sound faded. Long enough for the cold to start chewing through the soles of my boots. Long enough for the fingers on the hand holding the sodas to go from stinging to numb. The insulated bag strap dug into my shoulder, a dull, throbbing weight. My breath kept billowing out in front of me in short, uneven bursts that made it feel like I was panting without moving. Nothing else happened. No footsteps, no voices, no second sound of fabric or dragging. Just the same pressed-in silence, like the building was holding its breath with me. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other and realized I had been standing too rigidly. Pins and needles flickered up my calves. I flexed my fingers on the soda handles, heard the plastic creak. "Come on," I muttered under my breath. "If you are in there, just answer the door." The metal was cold and unyielding under my knuckles when I lifted my fist and knocked again, harder this time. The impact echoed through my bones. The sound that went through the door was sharper, a more aggressive boom that shot down whatever hallway lay beyond and came back a little faster. "Hello," I called, raising my voice more than I meant to. "Pizza delivery. 4 larges and wings." The words bounced around the entryway, swallowed and stretched by the empty space behind the doors. Out in the clearing, the echo sounded thin, like it was already being eaten by the cold air. I turned my head slightly, angling my ear toward the seam between the doors, trying to pick up any hint of movement. That small shift brought my face closer to the narrow vertical window beside the frame. Up until then, I had been treating that window like a dead object, a strip of dirty glass that let in light for no one. But leaning in, I could see more than I had before. Under the dust and grime, there were shadows that looked like they belonged to real shapes, the suggestion of a hallway running parallel to the front wall. Maybe the corner of a bulletin board, a bit of door frame leading off to the side. I held my breath, listening. Something moved behind the dirt. It was quick. A flicker, more a change in texture than a clear shape. But it was there, like a shadow stepping out of another shadow. I squinted, eyes burning from the strain, trying to focus past the layer of filth on the glass. The headlights from my car threw a faint sideways glow across the window, just enough to make the dust sparkle in tiny specks, like the air itself inside the hall was solid. I leaned a little closer without realizing it, my shoulder brushing the cold metal of the door. The bag strap pulled at my neck. The sodas nudged against my thigh. I was close enough now that I could have reached out and touched the glass if I wanted to. That was when the face hit the window. There was no slow reveal, no gradual realization, one heartbeat. The space behind the pane was just darkness and smudged shapes. The next heartbeat, there was a face pressed almost flat against the other side of the glass, exactly level with my own. I did not see it move into place. It was simply there, too close. Most of its features were swallowed by shadow. The overhead light from my car was coming in at an angle, catching only bits of the face and leaving the rest in a kind of smeared darkness. What I saw first, and clearest, were the eyes. They were open far wider than anyone's eyes should be. Not in surprise, not in fear, but in a way that felt practiced. The lids pulled back to show too much white, the irises dark and locked on mine. They did not blink, not once. The skin around them was pale in the thin wash from my headlights, that sick sort of paleness that comes from being lit from the wrong angle. The cheeks and nose were flattened slightly against the glass, distorting what features I could make out. The mouth was lost in shadow, but I had a sense of it, pressed close, maybe even smiling, though I could not swear to it. For a second, time just slipped. My heart did whatever the opposite of stopping is. It hit some kind of double speed, punching hard against my ribcage, each beat loud enough that I could hear the thud in my ears. The pizza bag strap went slick against my palm. I did not realize until later that I had started sweating, even though the air outside was freezing. The bag itself slid a little, the weight shifting as my grip faltered. I felt it drop an inch, the jolt traveling up my arm. The soda bottles knocked against my leg, plastic thunking into bone. I could not move. Every instinct I had was screaming some version of, "Get away, run, get back to the car," but my muscles were locked. The only thing that seemed capable of motion was my gaze, and it was pinned to those eyes, those wide, unblinking circles that did not look shocked to see me at all. They looked curious, like whoever was behind them had been waiting for this moment for a long time and was finally getting a good look at their subject. The rational part of my brain tried to slam something down over the image. Prank, mannequin, mask, reflection, anything that would make the face less present, less real. But it was fogging the glass with its own breath, a slight, patchy haze spreading out from where its nose would be. The condensation bloomed and faded in time, with some respiration I could not hear, but could see. Less than a second passed like that. It felt like 10. Then the face slid sideways, not back, not away, just horizontally, out of the narrow frame of the window, as smoothly as if the person had been moving along the wall the whole time. For a moment, the glass held the afterimage, a smear of clearer space where skin had wiped the dust, the fresh fog cooling and disappearing. Then even that was gone. Something dark moved in its place, a curtain, maybe, or a hanging notice I had not seen before, swaying once and then stilling, cutting off my view of whatever lay in the hallway beyond. The bag strap bit into my fingers as sensation came flooding back. I realized I had been holding my breath the entire time. It came out now in a ragged exhale that sounded too loud in the quiet. My knees felt watery. "Hello?" I blurted, my voice breaking on the second syllable. I'm here with your order." The sound came out higher than usual, thin and strained. It bounced off the door and the side of the building, then fell flat. The clearing swallowed it. No one opened the door. The vertical window, now half obscured by whatever had shifted in front of it, showed nothing. No movement, no second face. Just streaks of grime and a new, clean smudge where skin had been pressed. I tried again, forcing more strength into my voice. You called for 4 large pizzas and wings. Cash order? I'm at the front entrance." Nothing. No footsteps approaching. No click of locks, no muffled, "Be right there." If it had not been for the fading imprint on the glass, I could have convinced myself my mind was playing tricks on me. I swallowed, trying to wet my throat. The taste of metal sat at the back of my tongue. The instinct to turn around and walk back to the car was overwhelming now, almost physical. My body wanted to pivot, to put its back to the building and head toward the only piece of machinery I knew I controlled. But some stubborn, scared part of me also wanted confirmation, from them, from anyone, that I had actually seen what I thought I had seen. That there truly was somebody in there, and that I was not just losing my grip on reality in an empty lot. "Hey," I said, softer this time, as if speaking to a child or an animal. "Can you just say something so I know you are there?" For a few seconds, there was only wind. It slipped around the corner of the hall and over the tops of the dead leaves at its base, making a soft, dry, rattling sound. Somewhere behind me, a branch creaked as it shifted its weight. Then, from behind the door, I heard a whisper. I could not make out the words. It was too muted, too muffled by the layers of air and material between us. It was more like the shape of speech than speech itself. A low, breathy string of syllables that flowed together. My heart climbed further up into my throat. I leaned in, tilting my head toward the narrow gap where the doors met, straining to catch any recognizable fragment. The sound moth-winged along the inside of the metal, vibrated through it, then seeped out around the edges in a way that made it impossible to tell exactly where it was coming from. It stopped as abruptly as it started. In the tiny pocket of silence that followed, I almost convinced myself I had imagined it, that the wind had caught some loose plastic or trash deeper in the building and made it rustle in a way that sounded like words. And then I heard the laugh. It was small, soft, the kind of chuckle you might let out when someone tells you a joke you are not really supposed to enjoy. It did not have much volume, but it did not need it. The sound was so out of place in that empty, cold space that it might as well have been a shout. Worse than the laugh itself was where it seemed to come from. It did not sound like it came from the window where the face had been, or even from directly behind the door. It sounded lower, either farther down the hall, near the floor, or closer to some unseen room off to the side. A different angle, a different height, a different person. The realization crept over me in a slow, cold wave. There was more than one of them in there. One set of eyes pressed to the glass, staring me down in silence. Another voice, close enough to hear me knock, whispering to someone just out of sight. And at least one mouth that found something about this entire situation funny, stopping what they are doing and listening back. My brain, refusing to settle on one explanation, started offering up options at high speed. Old HVAC system, I told myself. Pipes. The building shifting. Warm air trapped somewhere coming on, going off. A rat dragging something. A piece of furniture settling back into place after the temperature dropped. Any of the million harmless things that could make old buildings talk to themselves. The problem was, none of those things had ever made the hair on my arms stand up quite the way it was standing up then. Under my jacket, every tiny hair along my forearms lifted, a ripple of prickling that went from my wrists to my biceps in less than a second. The skin on the back of my neck tightened, a slow, crawling sensation, like somebody tracing a line there without touching me. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how dry my throat had gotten. My breath came back in a white puff I could see in the narrow space between my face and the door. It hung there, a moment before thinning and vanishing, leaving me alone with the question that had started forming the second I stepped out of the car and was now loud enough to hear in my own head. If there was nobody here, why did it sound like something inside the hall had just stopped moving to listen to me? There is a point where your body stops asking for permission. Whatever passes for logic in your head might still be trying to line up arguments, still building little excuses and explanations, but your muscles have already voted. They know something you do not want to admit out loud yet, and they start making small decisions on their own. That was what it felt like standing on those steps, with the ghost of a face still burned into my vision and the echo of that quiet laugh curling around the edges of the door. Every part of me knew this was wrong. Not, this customer is rude, wrong. Not, this street is rough, wrong. Wrong in a way that made my skin feel too small. I swallowed hard, felt it catch halfway down. My fingers tightened on the handle of the insulated bag until my knuckles ached. The soda bottles were slippery against my palm. I had to adjust my grip before I dropped them. The urge to run, just turn around and bolt for the car, full-on sprint, leave everything. I could feel it bouncing under my ribs like an animal trying to get out. Instead, I made myself do something that felt halfway polite, halfway like a ritual to convince myself I still had control. I'm gonna leave the pizzas here, I said, loud enough for whoever was pressed to that window, whoever was laughing in the dark, to hear me. My voice sounded like it belonged to somebody else, thin and shaky, like it had to travel too far to reach my own ears. You can grab them when I'm back in the car. The words were stupid. They did not help anything. But saying them made it feel like I was announcing a boundary, like if I laid out the terms, the situation would respect them. I bent down, the bag's weight shifting as I lowered it onto the top concrete step. The heat from the pizzas radiated up into my face for a second. A soft wave of oven warmth that felt completely at odds with the cold air and the dead building. I set the sodas next to the bag, plastic bottoms scraping grit. When I straightened up, I did not turn away immediately. Some instinct would not let me expose my back to the door that fast. I took one step backward first, boot sliding slightly on the edge of the step, my eyes glued to the narrow vertical window. The glass looked blank again, just grime, and the faint smear where the face had been. No movement, no outline of shoulders, no shadow shifting. Whatever had pressed itself there a moment before was either gone or holding so still it might as well have been smoke. Food's on the step, I managed, if you still want it. Nothing. Behind the door, the strange cadence of noise I had heard, whisper, chuckle, that sense of something dragging, had gone dead. It was as if the hall had closed its mouth, decided to stop letting any sound slip out. The silence was almost aggressive. My heart was beating so hard now that it had started to mess with my hearing. There was a faint rushing in my ears, like a distant ocean, layering itself over the quiet. It took me a second to realize the loud breathing I was hearing belonged to me. In this much stillness, every inhale and exhale came out sounding like it was on a microphone. "Okay," I said, mostly for myself. "Okay, that's enough." I took another step back, then another, careful not to turn too fast. My boots ground against the grit on the concrete, then found the packed gravel below as I descended the steps. Each movement felt exaggerated, like I was in one of those dreams where your legs move through syrup. The moment my feet were off the steps and fully on the ground, something loosened in me. I did not run, not yet. But whatever professionalism I had been clinging to snapped. The delivery part of this was over. The explaining part could come later. I started across the clearing toward my car, walking just a little too fast to be casual. The pizza place policy manual, if we had ever had one, would not have approved of leaving an order unattended. My manager's voice drifted through my head, annoyed, already rehearsing his lecture. I pushed it away. I would pay for the pizzas if I had to. I would eat them myself. I would work an extra shift. Any of that was better than standing another second in front of that door with its unseen audience. My footsteps crunched on the gravel, the sound strangely bright in the empty space. With my back now officially turned on the hall, every tiny noise behind me felt like it meant something. The breeze moving over the brick, a small shower of pebbles rolling under my own boots, the soft hiss of my breath visible in the air when I glanced sideways at it. I could feel, physically, the invisible line of my gaze pointing backward. Even though I was facing the car, the back of my head seemed pointed at the building. I had to fight the urge to look over my shoulder. Some combination of pride and fear kept me from doing it. Pride, because I did not want them, whoever they were, to see me checking like a scared kid. Fear, because I was terrified of what I might see if I did. Almost there, I told myself silently, eyes fixed on the shape of my car. It looked smaller than it had when I had stepped out of it. Flimsier. Just a metal shell on wheels, parked under that flickering light like a bug trapped in amber. Rational thought, such as it was, tried to roll a few last-minute arguments under my feet as I went. Maybe this is just some weird squatter situation. Maybe they are drunk teenagers messing around. Maybe the face at the window was some bored janitor or caretaker who thinks scaring delivery drivers is funny. Maybe the laugh was at you being jumpy. Maybe. Then I thought about the sign for property under renovation. The absence of cars. The breath fogging the glass from the wrong side. The way the laugh had come from somewhere else entirely, like the two sounds belonged to different throats. No tip in the world was worth decoding that in person. By the time I was halfway between the building and the car, my walk had turned into something just shy of a jog. My feet were still coming down, one at a time in a straight line, but the rhythm had picked up. My shoulders leaned forward. The plastic soda ring cut deeper into my fingers, the bottle swinging slightly with the motion. The darkness around the reach of my headlights felt closer now, pressing in at the edges of the clearing. The trees loomed like an audience, their trunks black columns, branches tangled overhead. I could not shake the stupid feeling that if something were to step out from behind one of those trees right then, I would only have time to see its outline before it reached me. My breath had gone shallow without my noticing. Little huffs of vapor puffed out of me, bright in the beams from the car, then disappeared. Just get to the door, my brain chanted. Just get inside, lock it, start the engine, turn around. Gravel, sign, main road, lights, people, normal noise. The steps ticked off in my head like a list pinned to a bulletin board. I hit the key fob when I was still a few yards away. The car's headlights flashed once, honking a little hello with the horn. The locks snapped open with a chunk I usually found reassuring. Tonight, the sound was sharp as a gunshot. It cracked across the clearing, bouncing off the brick wall and vanishing into the trees. For a second, my heart faltered in its sprinting rhythm. shocked by the sudden noise I had willingly caused. It felt like I had just shouted in a room where I was trying not to be noticed. Silence followed, even heavier. I could feel it settle on my shoulders like dust. I closed the distance between myself and the driver's side door in a few long strides. The reflection of my own face swam in the window again as I came up on it. Pale, eyes a little too wide, breath clouding the glass for the second time that night. My hand shot out toward the handle, fingers shaking just enough that I had to grab it twice before they closed around it properly. I yanked the door open and slid into the driver's seat so fast I almost missed and hit my shoulder on the frame. The familiar smell of the car, fast food salt, old coffee, cheap air freshener, hit me like something solid. For the first time since I stepped out, it felt like there was a barrier between me and the hall. I slammed the door shut, harder than I needed to. The thunk of it closing echoed inside the cabin. Instinctively, my hand went straight to the lock and shoved it down manually, even though I'd heard the fob chirp the door shut a second earlier. The plastic button snapped under my thumb with a satisfying little click, like sealing a lid. My breath came in shallow bursts. I could see it briefly in the air inside the car, the interior still cold from sitting out there. I shoved the key into the ignition with fingers that were clumsier than they should have been. It took me 2 tries to line it up. The engine turned over, coughed once, then roared to life. Relief hit me like a hot flash. The vibrations came back through the steering wheel. The familiar rough idle, suddenly the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. The dashboard lit up in a soft orange glow, and the vents started to push lukewarm air out again. It felt like the car was waking up on my side, like I had just called in the only backup I was going to get. "Okay," I whispered, mostly to myself. "Okay, that's it. We're done." My hands moved automatically through motions they'd repeated thousands of times. Foot on the brake. Gear shift into reverse. Eyes flicking up to the rearview mirror. In the reflection, the building shrank into a rectangle of brick and shadow, my headlights bleaching its front wall. The double doors, still closed. The steps, still holding the bag and the sodas, small and lonely in the wash of light. I eased off the brake. The car started to roll back, just a foot or two. The gravel under the tires crunched, a sound I already knew. I gave it a little more gas, expecting the usual smooth backwards glide you get on loose ground. Instead, the entire vehicle shuddered. It was not the normal rumble of uneven gravel. It was a sharp, jarring vibration that ran up through the frame and into my seat, accompanied by a strange, scraping sound from underneath. A metallic squeal, jagged and wrong, like dragging a chair leg over concrete, but amplified. I froze, foot hovering halfway between brake and gas. For a moment, the car still moved, but only barely. It felt like I was pulling against something heavy tied to the bumper. The rear end dipped a fraction of an inch, then bounced as if something had given way underneath. "What the?" I muttered, instinct kicking in, the rational part of my brain scrambling to catch up. I pressed the gas a little more. The scraping got louder. The car complained, engine revving, but my movement back was pathetic. An inch, maybe 2. It felt like someone had grabbed the frame and was dragging a metal rake under the tires as I tried to move. A sharp, ugly grinding gnawed at my nerves. Adrenaline spiked again. Panic did that thing it does, where it tries to outrun sense. I jerked my foot off the gas and slammed it onto the brake. The car lurched, then stopped. "Okay," I said again, though this time my voice did not sound reassuring at all. "Okay, maybe something's under it. Big rock, log, whatever." I jammed the gear shift up into drive, jaw clenched, and tried again. If I'd backed over something, I could pull forward off it. That was the thought anyway. As soon as the transmission clicked into place and I eased off the brake, the car rolled forward a hair. The sound was still there. Worse. This time, it felt like the front of the car dropped a fraction of an inch and then scraped, metal squealing against stone or steel. The steering wheel vibrated harder. The whole front end trembled. The engine whined in protest. There was that ugly grinding again, like I'd mounted the car up onto something it was never meant to sit on. My stomach flipped. The hair on the back of my neck stood up so fast it almost hurt. This was not just something under the tire. This was wrong in a way that went beyond bad luck. The car was not supposed to feel like it was digging its own grave. "Shit," I hissed, louder this time. I slammed the gear shift into park. The transmission thumped. Unhappy. My hand shook so badly, the lever rattled in its slot. I killed the engine. The sudden lack of noise was like being dropped into a soundproof box. 1 second, the cabin was full of mechanical life. Engine, fan, little clicks and hums. The next, it was empty. The only sounds were the soft ticking of cooling metal under the hood and the faint rasp of my own breathing. Outside, in the beams of the headlights, the building just sat there, watching, waiting. The bag and the sodas on the steps looked absurd now. Tiny offerings laid out in front of something that had not done anything a normal customer should do. Cold crawled in around the edges of the door. My hand hovered on the handle for a moment, every instinct screaming not to open it. But fear of being stuck in a broken-down car in the middle of nowhere with something unseen creeping around the edges was still a little bigger than the fear of whatever might be waiting outside the frame. I forced myself to move. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Cold air rushed in, slapping my face, making my eyes water. I stepped out, boots hitting the ground with a crunch that sounded much smaller than it had the first time I'd gotten out. Maybe because now it was standing next to that memory of metal screaming. The wind had picked up, just slightly. It slid under my jacket, ran fingers of ice up my spine. I could smell the faint, oily tang of hot rubber and something else. Burned, chemical, sharp. I walked around the open door and toward the front of the car, the headlights blazing in my peripheral vision. My shadow stretched out ahead of me, warped and long, then jumped sideways as I moved into the full glare. The sight of the front tire hit me like a physical punch. It was not flat in the normal way, not the sad sag you see in a parking lot when you have picked up a nail. The rubber was destroyed, shredded, peeled away from the rim in ragged curls, like someone had taken a knife to it and then forced the car to roll on the remains. The sidewall was torn open in multiple places, exposing the inner layers in jagged strips. The metal rim itself was practically sitting on the gravel. In front of the tire, just within the blade of light, lay the thing that had done it. It was a strip of metal about 3 feet long, twisted and rusted at the ends, but with the middle section left bare and ugly. Welded along that center strip were several sharp spikes, 4, maybe 5, each about the length of my finger. They were not uniform. Some were bent, some slightly curved, but all of them pointed up at the kind of angle that promised damage. I had seen something like it before. On TV, in videos of police chases. Those heavy mats they throw across roads to shred tires and stop a fleeing car. This was like a homemade version of that. Crude, dirty, but designed with the same understanding of how rubber fails. My mouth went dry. I took a step back without meaning to, as if the thing might leap up at me. For a second, my brain tried to offer up the harmless explanations. Maybe someone had left it there months ago for some reason. A farmer keeping trespassers out. A bored kid messing around with scrap metal. Maybe I'd just been stupid enough to park on top of it without noticing. Then I remembered the feeling of pulling in before. I remembered the crunch of gravel. Yes, but not that metallic grind. Not that ugly scream from under the frame. If this thing had been under my tire when I arrived, I would have known immediately. The car would have complained then, not now. I tore my gaze away from the front and stumbled around to the passenger side, heart jackhammering. Some part of me already knowing what I was going to find. The front passenger side tire was the same. Shredded, torn. The jagged rubber hung like dead skin. Another crudely welded strip lay near it, just off to the side, spikes glinting in the light. My pulse roared in my ears. The world narrowed to little circles of comprehension. I felt like I was walking through a slideshow as I moved to the back of the car. Rear passenger destroyed. Rubber peeled off the rim, tatters splayed like a burst flower. Another spike strip beside it. This one lodged partly under the chassis, as if it had been kicked into place in a hurry. Rear driver's side, no different. Tire ruined, rim kissing gravel. Yet another strip of spiked metal nearby, tipped on its side. Each one was a variation on the same theme. Same length, same ugly welded teeth, same rushed placement, just where a tire would roll if someone drove in or tried to back out. I stood there in the cold, the headlights throwing my long shadow over the carnage, and felt a realization slide into place with a click that was almost audible in my head. These were not here when I pulled in. They could not have been. I would have felt this then. The shudder, the scream of rubber tearing, the sudden drop. The car had made it into the clearing fine. It had only protested when I tried to leave. Someone had put those strips under my tires in the short window between me parking and me trying to back out. In the sliver of time when I had stepped out with the bag in my hand, walked across the gravel, climbed the steps, knocked on the door, listened to whispers and laughter pressed up against old glass, while I was standing there, telling myself it was nothing. Something else had been moving around my car. There was no way to pretend it was an accident now. No way to pretend it was just bad luck, or an old trap someone forgot about. Somebody wanted my car to stay exactly where it was. I do not remember deciding to move. 1 second, I was standing there, staring at the wreckage of my tires and the ugly teeth of the metal strips, trying to process the fact that someone had done this while I was within shouting distance. The next, my body had already made the decision my brain was still debating. I spun and ran for the driver's door. The gravel that had been treacherous a moment ago barely registered under my boots. Stones popped and skittered, but I hardly felt them. My breath tore out of me in harsh bursts, puffing white in the beams of my own headlights. The building loomed in the corner of my vision as a flat, watching shape. I hit the handle, jerked the door open, and threw myself into the seat, The car rocked on its ruined tires with a sick little wobble, like I had just dropped onto a mattress with the springs gone. I did not care. I slammed the door shut, the sound exploding in the cabin. My hand shot to the lock button again and punched it down, even though I had never unlocked it in the first place. The plastic clicked under my thumb, loud in the confined space. I hit it again, just to feel it, as if repetition could make it more true. For a second, I sat there, not breathing. The world outside was a rectangle of overexposed white and black through the windshield, the hall front washed in my lights. The interior of the car was dim by comparison, the dashboard dark now that the engine was off. The only glow came from the faint green clock on the console and the light from my phone screen when I dragged it out of my pocket with shaking hands. My fingers did not feel like they belonged to me. They were slick with cold sweat, the tips numb from handling the metal and the winter air. When I tried to unlock the phone, it took me 3 attempts to get past the lock screen. My thumb missed the pattern, skidded across icons, brought up apps I did not need. "Come on," I muttered. "Come on, come on." The bright rectangle of the keypad finally appeared. The numbers seemed too small, the screen too sensitive. I aimed for 9 and hit 8. I backed out, tried again. This time I got 9, then 1, then missed the last digit. My breathing was getting louder, ragged, fogging the glass in front of my face. I forced myself to slow down for half a second. Pressed 9. Pressed 1. Pressed 1 again, carefully. The call icon flared. The phone rang. Each tone felt stretched, like someone had taken the normal sound and pulled it out like taffy. The pause between them was worse. Dead air filled with the faint hiss of the line and the ever-present sounds of the clearing pressing against the car. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, thudding so hard it almost drowned the ring out. 911, what is your emergency? The voice was calm, practiced, a woman, middle-aged maybe, with that steady tone people use when they have heard everything and need you to believe nothing you say will surprise them. For a second, nothing came out of my mouth. My tongue felt thick. Then everything tried to come out at once. My name is... My own voice tripped over my lips. I forced a breath in, held it just long enough to steady the words, then tried again. I am a delivery driver. Somebody slashed my tires. I am stuck. Okay, slow down for me, she said. No irritation, just a gentle command. I could hear faint clacking in the background, keys on a keyboard. You are a delivery driver, and your tires are slashed. Are you in the vehicle right now? Yes, I said immediately. Yes, I am in the car. Doors locked. Good. Stay in the vehicle and keep it locked, she said. Where are you, sir? The question caught me for a second. Out here, with the world boiled down to my headlights and that brick box, it felt like I was nowhere at all. County Road 17? I said. I turned my head, staring past the washed-out glare of the windshield, trying to grab at any detail that would make it more concrete. Out past town, there is a sign, like a small metal sign that says, Lakeside Community Hall, private events. You turn off onto a gravel road. I'm at the end of that road. The building is. It is right in front of me. Lakeside Community Hall, she repeated. I heard keys tapping more purposefully now. Is that the address on your delivery slip? Yes, I said. It was in the system. My boss said it was a community hall, but there's also a sign back on the side road that says, No trespassing, property under renovation. I don't know if that helps. It does, she said. Do you know what county you're in? I swallowed. My throat felt raw. Miller County, just outside of Fairview, maybe 10, 15 minutes off Highway 12? I was guessing, but it was as close as I could get. Okay, she said. I heard the faint click of a mouse. A few more keystrokes. I've got you roughly pinned. Can you tell me your name? I gave it to her. Saying it out loud made me feel more human, like a real person, instead of just a number on a call log. All right, name, she said. Tell me exactly what happened from the beginning. Start from when you arrived. I pressed the back of my head against the headrest, stared up at the slightly fogged patch of glass above the dashboard, and tried to compress the last 30 minutes into something coherent. I came to deliver 4 pizzas and wings, I said. I pulled in, parked, everything felt normal. The building looks abandoned, but the address matches the order slip. The company line says Lakeside Community Hall. I called my boss. He told me to go knock, so I did. My voice shook. I forced myself to keep going. I knocked. I heard something inside, like someone moving, and then I saw someone at the window beside the door. A face. They were right up against the glass. The operator did not react, at least not in her voice. You saw someone inside the building? Yes, I said. My hands were gripping the phone too tight. My palm was starting to cramp. They were watching me. And then I heard another person. Someone laughed. Then I decided to leave. I put the pizzas down and came back to the car. When I tried to drive away, the car wouldn't move right. It was grinding. I got out to check, and all 4 of my tires are shredded. Someone put, metal spike strips under them. All of them. They weren't there when I parked. They must have done it when I was at the door. I realized I was starting to talk too fast, words tangling together. The operator let me finish, then spoke again, still calm. Okay, she said. You did the right thing coming back to your vehicle and calling. You said you're in Miller County, off County Road 17, by a building marked Lakeside Community Hall, correct? Yes, I said. At the end of a gravel road. There's nothing else out here. I'm dispatching officers to your location now, she said. I heard a faint change in the sound behind her voice, like she had covered the receiver for a second to speak to someone else in the room. Because you're in a rural zone, it may take them some minutes to arrive, but they are on their way. In the meantime, I need you to stay in your vehicle, keep the doors locked, and remain on the line with me. How long is some minutes? I asked, a little too sharply. I could feel my throat tightening again. I mean, my car can't move. They shredded all of them. Whoever did this is probably... She cut in, not unkindly, but firmly. Sir, I understand you're scared. Right now, the safest place for you is inside that vehicle with the doors locked. Do you see anyone outside? Any movement around your car? The question made my skin crawl. Until that moment, I had been staring either at my phone or at some middle distance beyond the glass, not really taking anything in. Now, prompted, I forced myself to look. I lifted my head, the muscles in my neck feeling like they had rusted in one position. My eyes went to the side window first. Nothing but the reflection of the dashboard. My own pale face. The smeared shapes of trees at the edge where the headlight beams dropped off. I turned slowly toward the windshield. The hall sat in the twin tunnels of light, like a stage piece under cheap spotlights. The double doors, the steps, the insulated bag, and the soda bottles still there, neat and ridiculous. The brick above them looked flat and blank, offering nothing. Beyond the reach of the headlights, where the gravel turned back into dirt and then into trees, the darkness thickened. It was not an even black. It had texture, layers, places where the shadows seemed to be stacked. My eyes tried to make sense of it, trying to turn them into bushes, trunks, piles of snow. For a heartbeat, just one, I saw something that did not look like any of those things. It was right at the edge of the light, where the beams thinned but did not fully die. A vertical sliver, darker than the darkness around it, like a figure standing just beyond the line where it would be clearly visible. Tall enough to be human, narrow, unmoving. I blinked, hard. The silhouette seemed to flicker with my eyelid, and then gone. When I opened my eyes again, all I could see in that spot were branches and the jagged shapes of shrubs. The breath I had been holding slammed out of me. My chest hurt. "Sir?" The operator's voice came through the phone, a little sharper now. "Did you say you saw someone?" I don't know, I said, still staring at the spot where the shape had been. I thought I saw someone at the edge of the lights, but now it just looks like trees. It was there for a second and then it wasn't. "Okay," the operator said. Her voice was still calm, still measured. "Sometimes shadows can play tricks on you in low light. Thank you for telling me. Remember, stay in your vehicle. Keep the doors locked. Officers are en route to your location right now." I sank lower in the seat without really deciding to. My back slid down the upholstery until I was barely peeking over the top of the steering wheel. From this angle, the brick front of the hall looked even bigger, looming above the dash line. The beams of my headlights cut across the steps and the doors, but I felt less exposed, like ducking in a foxhole, even though the walls were glass and metal. "Okay," I murmured. "I'm in the car. I'm locked in. I'm not going anywhere." My phone screen lit the lower half of my face in a cold blue wash. The rest of the cabin was a dim pocket between the bright glare in front of me and the dark beyond the back windows. My fingers had stopped shaking in big, obvious jerks and moved into something smaller, a constant tremble I could feel in the muscles of my forearms. Outside, the night had gone from quiet to alive. Now that I was listening for anything out of place, every tiny sound snapped into focus. The faint hiss of wind skimming over the hood, the occasional tick from under the engine as metal cooled and shifted. Somewhere in the trees, a lone branch creaked as if it were adjusting its weight. "Can you tell me what kind of vehicle you're in?" the operator asked. I could hear the subtle change in her voice, the way she was trying to keep me talking, to plant me in my surroundings with simple facts. "Color, make, model?" "It's a 2009 Honda Civic," I said automatically. "Silver, 4-door. It's the only car here." Saying that last part made my stomach clench. "Good," she said. "When the officers arrive, that will help them identify you. Are your hazard lights on?" I glanced at the dashboard. The small red triangle button sat there, unlit. "No," I said. "Should I turn them on?" "Yes," she said. "Turn on your hazard lights. Keep your doors locked, but it will make your vehicle easier to see from the road. I'll stay with you while you do it." The idea of reaching for anything beyond the tight little space of my chest and phone felt like stretching too far over the edge of a cliff, but I made myself move. One hand lifted off the phone and hovered over the console, fingers searching blindly for the familiar shape of the button. When I pressed it, both turn signal indicators on the dash began to blink in unison. A second later, I could see the reflection of the hazards in the hall's grimy front windows. An orange pulse, slow and rhythmic, flashing over the doors and the concrete steps. "Okay," I said. "They're on." "Good," she repeated. "Help is on the way. You said you work for a pizza place in Fairview, correct? How long have you been delivering for them?" The question felt odd, almost trivial, like she was asking about my hobbies. But I knew what she was doing. An anchor, a distraction, something to keep my thoughts from spiraling too hard into the dark. "Almost a year," I said. My voice sounded smaller now, pressed down. "Day job at a warehouse. This is, or was, my night job." "And have you ever had anything like this happen before?" she asked. "With your vehicle or customers?" I almost laughed, but it came out wrong. "No. I mean, weird people, sure. Bad tippers, creepy houses. But nothing like this. Nobody has ever trapped my car." She made a soft sound, acknowledging without feeding that word. "All right, you're doing well. I know this is frightening. Keep breathing for me. In through your nose, out through your mouth." I tried. The air in the car felt thin, like there was less of it now that I was paying attention. I inhaled as deeply as I could manage, held it until my chest hurt, then let it out slowly through my teeth. The window fogged a little more in front of me, a faint film on the glass catching the light. "How far are the officers?" I asked. "They've been dispatched," she said carefully. "The nearest unit is about 15 minutes out based on your location, possibly less if they can move quickly. Rural distance makes it a little tricky to be exact, but they are on their way. You're not alone, okay? You're talking to me. You're not alone." 15 minutes. Under normal circumstances, it was nothing. Half an episode of a show. The time between opening the oven and sitting down to eat, out here, with my car bleeding air from all four corners and my headlights pressing a little island of light up against a dead building. 15 minutes felt like a year. The seconds themselves seemed to stretch. Each blinking hazard light felt like its own separate moment. The tick-tick-tick of the relay under the dashboard soundtracked the slow crawl of time. Somewhere in the mix, my heartbeat tried to muscle in, louder than both. Then another sound slipped into the mix, so soft at first that I thought I was imagining it. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. It was almost nothing. A faint, dry crackle, the kind of noise gravel makes under gentle pressure. Not the chaotic pop you get when a car drives over it, not the scattered patter of wind rearranging stones. This was more controlled, measured. A careful footstep, then another, each one making the smallest possible complaint from the ground. It came from somewhere to my right. "Name?" the operator said. "Are you still with me?" I realized I had stopped answering her, my attention swinging hard toward the passenger side of the car. I did not move my head, not yet. Some primal part of me believed that any sudden motion would draw fire, mark me as prey. "Yes," I whispered. My throat felt coated in dust. "I'm here." "You're speaking more quietly now," she said, adjusting her own volume to match mine. Her voice dropped into a near whisper. "Is something happening? Tell me what you're experiencing." Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Slightly closer this time. "It sounds like footsteps," I breathed. "On gravel. To my right, near the passenger side." "Okay," she said. I could hear the faint staccato of her fingers on keys again, faster now. "Stay as calm as you can. Stay as low in the seat as you can. Do not leave the vehicle. You're doing the right thing." I eased down another inch in the seat until my shoulders were practically level with the bottom of the windows, my knees pressed up against the steering column awkwardly. The phone felt glued to my cheek, my fingers beginning to cramp around it. "Can you see anyone?" she asked. I moved only my eyes, dragging them toward the passenger window, leaving my head stuck facing forward. From this low angle, all I could see was the lower half of the glass and the dark beyond it. The headlights did not reach much past the hood on that side. After a few feet, the beam just smeared out into nothing. The window reflected the interior faintly, hazard lights pulsing red on the dash, the dull outline of my own cheek, the little green LED on my charger. Beyond that, there were shapes, low bushes, the uneven surface of gravel giving way to dirt. The first rank of trees at the edge of the clearing, their trunks like pillars. Nothing obviously human-sized, but the sound kept going. Crunch, pause, crunch. Slow, deliberate, like whoever was making it did not want to hurry, did not feel the need. The spacing between the steps was wrong for an animal. Too regular, too methodical. It sounded like someone trying to be quiet and failing just enough that, if you were listening, you could track them. "How close does it sound?" the operator asked softly. My throat clicked when I swallowed. 10 feet? Maybe less. I can't see them. It's like they're staying just outside the headlights. "Okay," she said. "Keep your eyes forward and your body low. Do not try to confront them. Officers are on the way. You are safer inside the car than outside." Her voice floated in my ear, steady, but it felt far away now, like it was coming through a tunnel. The entire world had shrunk down to about a 30-foot radius, the space lit by my headlights, the dark fringe beyond them, and the thin rectangle of safety inside my car. "I don't want them to know I see them," I whispered. "That's fine," she said. "You don't have to look directly. Just listen. Describe what you hear. You're doing very well." My breathing had become a sound I could not ignore anymore. Short, tight pulls, in and out, that made the air whistle softly at the back of my nose. I tried to quiet it, pressing my tongue against the roof of my mouth, exhaling more slowly. My lungs did not like it, but the noise dipped a little. The crunching moved. It drifted from the right side of the car toward the back, the rhythm unbroken. Crunch, pause, crunch. Now the sound came from behind my shoulder, near the rear passenger door. A small stone kicked under a foot rolled, ticking against the underside of the frame. They're going around," I breathed. "They're circling the car." "Okay," the operator repeated. "You're doing the right thing by staying put. Keep describing what you hear. Do you hear more than one set of footsteps, or just one?" I strained my ears, trying to separate the noises. There was the wind, the tick of the hazard relay, the soft hiss of the phone line, the relentless thud of my own heart. Under it, just the one pattern, one set of feet, unhurried. "I think it's just one person," I said. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It sounds like one." The crunching reached the rear of the car. For a few seconds, the noise blurred, more gravel being disturbed at once as whoever it was moved through the deepest part of the loose stones. The back end of the Civic seemed to vibrate slightly with each careful step. Then the sound shifted again, sliding from the rear toward the left side, my side, the driver's side. My fingers dug into the fabric of the seat without meaning to. Every muscle in my body went tight. I imagined the outline of a person moving slowly along the trunk, past the shredded tires, drawing closer to the door that was less than 2 feet from my hip. Name, the operator said quietly. "Are they near your side now?" "Yes," I mouthed more than said. I didn't know if the word registered on the line. The footsteps slowed. Crunch. Longer pause. Crunch. The next one was closer to the door. I stared straight ahead, forcing myself not to flick my eyes toward the window beside me, terrified that if I did, I would lock eyes with someone already looking in. My reflection in the glass of the windshield stared back at me, pale and wide-eyed. Somewhere above me, a tiny pop sounded as the metal of the roof adjusted to the temperature. Somewhere behind me, the crunching stopped completely. The sudden absence was worse than the sound itself. "Name?" the operator whispered. "What are you hearing now?" I listened so hard, I could hear my own blood. The footsteps stopped somewhere near the rear quarter of the car. The last crunch of gravel faded into nothing, and then there was absence. No movement, no scrape, no rustle, not even the tiny sounds you expect from the woods at night. The operator's voice in my ear felt like it belonged to another world. "Name? What are you hearing now?" "Nothing," I whispered. The word barely moved air. They stopped." "Okay," she said. "That's all right." Sometimes people will approach a vehicle and then leave when they realize someone is inside. You're doing the right thing staying put. I need you to keep breathing. In and out. Her instructions washed over me. I tried to follow them, but each inhale felt too shallow, each exhale too loud. The cabin seemed to shrink around me, the air pressed between my skin, and the interior panels getting warmer and thinner. My mind scrambled for explanations like it was flipping through cards too fast. Deer, I thought. Could be a deer. They walk like that. Or a dog. Or the wind pushing debris. A branch falling in pieces, rocks sliding. But I'd been out of the car. I knew what wind sounded like on this gravel, what my own steps felt like. That was not wind. That was not an animal. The spacing between the sounds, the weight in them, they had carried intent. I told myself I believed my own lies. I did not. Without really meaning to, my eyes drifted upward. I had been avoiding the rearview mirror on purpose. The idea of seeing someone standing outside behind the car in the wash of my taillights was bad enough. Now, my gaze slid up to it like a magnet snapping to a piece of stray metal. The mirror showed a pale, narrow slice of the world behind me. The back window, half fogged and reflecting the faint glow of my phone screen. The rear headrests, dark lumps against the slightly lighter upholstery. The barest suggestion of the clearing beyond, vague and washed out, and sitting in the middle of the back seat, between the two headrests, was a figure. For a second, my brain refused to process what I was looking at. It tried to tell me I was seeing shapes and shadows, that the dark blob between the seats was just a trick of the light. My own jacket tossed back there, a pile of deliveries bags I had forgotten. Then, the details started to sharpen. The first thing that clicked into focus was the angle of the head. Whoever, whatever, was in the back seat was leaning slightly forward, shoulders angled toward the gap between the front seats, as if they had been trying to get a better look at me. The head was tilted just enough that the face was angled up and toward the mirror. Hair, dark and heavy, hung down in uneven strands, partially obscuring the features. It fell like a curtain along the sides of the face, spilling forward a little with the lean, not quite long enough to hide everything. There was a clump of it stuck to the side of the neck, damp or matted. Through the breaks in that hair, I saw the eyes. They were the same ones I had seen in the vertical window. Too wide, too hungry in their staring. The whites showed all the way around the iris, a ring of pale that caught just enough of the meager light to glint. They were fixed dead center on mine, locked onto the reflection of my own eyes, like they had been waiting for me to look up. They did not blink, not once. The limited light in the car was wrong, coming mostly from below, my phone screen casting a soft glow up from my hand, the faint backwash of my headlights giving the whole interior a dim, grainy wash. It picked out the hollows under those eyes, the lines of the cheekbones, the bridge of the nose. The skin looked almost colorless, leached by the glow into something off-white and flat. The mouth was harder to see through the curtain of hair and shadow, but even so, I could make out the hint of shape there. Not a full grin, not bared teeth, just a small, restrained curve at the corners. The kind of almost smile someone gives when they find something mildly amusing, a private joke. It was an expression that did not fit the situation. That made it worse. My brain did not have time to formulate a thought more complex than no before my body reacted. A sound came out of me that I will never be able to describe properly. Not a scream, not a word. Something half strangled, half choked, squeezed up from my chest and ripped through my throat before I could stop it. It felt like my lungs were trying to eject themselves. The phone slipped out of my hand. I heard distantly the operator saying, "Sir, sir, what's happening?" But her voice cut off as the device tumbled, flipping in the air once. The screen flashed past my knee and clattered against the pedals, landing somewhere down by the floor mat. Glow now angled uselessly at the underside of the dashboard. The cabin went darker without that blue-white rectangle against my cheek. For an instant, the only illumination was the ghostly light from the headlights seeping back through the front glass, turning the rear-view mirror into a dim, grainy portal where those eyes still stared. Every rational command I had been giving myself, stay put, stay locked, wait for the police, shattered. All that was left was something primal and ugly. My hand slammed down on the lock button again, even though it was already in the down position. It was pure instinct, a lizard brain belief that pushing it one more time might give it extra power, like a talisman pressed tighter. At the same time, my other hand flung itself at the door handle. I did not look back at the mirror again. My gaze dropped, fixing on the silver lever, on the seam between the door and the frame. I put my shoulder into it, muscles bunching. The latch released with a clank that sounded huge inside the car. The door swung outward with a resistant creak, catching briefly against the sag of the vehicle on its dead tires, then giving way. Cold air punched into the cabin like water filling a crack. It hit my face, raw and sharp, clearing some of the fog from my head and replacing it with a different kind of pressure. My breath turned to white smoke immediately, billowing forward out of my mouth and nose. The phone, loose at my feet, slid as my legs shifted. I heard it clatter against the plastic housing around the pedals, then bump into the rubber mat with a dull thunk. The operator's voice was a distant, tinny ghost coming from down near my ankles, rising up with fragments of words I could not make out. I did not reach for it. Some part of me knew that if I leaned down now, if I took my eyes off the open space beyond the door and off the edges of my vision for more than a heartbeat, I would be giving something an opening. I chose not to find out what would take it. Instead, I threw my weight sideways and shoved myself through the gap, prioritizing speed over grace. My hip slammed into the door frame hard enough to send a bolt of pain up my side, but I barely felt it. My shoulder brushed the pillar, jacket rasping against cold metal. For a fraction of a second, my head passed through the plane of the door and out into the open night. The sound changed again. Car interior hush, replaced by the exposed, thinner noise of the clearing. The wind hissed more clearly now, a quiet, constant rush over the gravel and the shell of the Civic. Somewhere behind me, near the back of the car, something small scraped, like a shoe shifting half an inch. I did not look back. My feet hit the ground awkwardly, one landing partly on the edge of a loose stone, ankle bending. I caught myself on the door, fingers digging into the top of it, and pushed it farther open, widening the gap between me and the interior of the car where, a heartbeat ago, I had seen those eyes watching me in the mirror. The air outside the car felt like it had teeth. It bit into my face, my hands, any exposed skin, shocking my system in a way that almost helped. The rawness of it cut through enough of the terror fog that my legs remembered what they were supposed to do. They ran. There was no plan, no direction. I did not look at the building, or the road, or the sign. I did not think about where the police would be coming from, or how they would find me. There was only one instinct, loud and simple and absolute. Get away from the car. Get away from the building. Get away from the thing that had been sitting in my back seat and the people who had laid those spikes down like they were setting a table. Gravel shifted under my boots as I bolted. The ground, uneven and treacherous a minute before, became something my feet tried to skip over instead of navigate. Stones rolled, popping under my weight, skittering out from under the soles and making my ankles twist. Every near slip jolted up my legs, but momentum kept me from going down. My breath ripped out of me in these jagged, tearing pulls. Vapor streamed from my mouth and nose, trailing behind me in broken ribbons that caught the last of the headlight spill. The hazard lights on the Civic kept flashing behind me, their orange blink painting my shadow in stuttering, long-limbed strokes across the gravel for a few steps, then not at all. The texture underfoot changed fast. 1 second, it was loose stone and packed dirt, the harsh crunch of crushed rock. Then the sound softened, muffled by layers of something else. I hit the edge of the clearing without realizing it until my boots slid on slick, dead leaves instead of gravel. The forest floor heaved under me, mounds of earth, half-rotten logs, roots coiled right below the surface like buried cables. My foot snagged on one, hard. Pain shot up my shin, and I pitched forward, arms windmilling in the dark. Somehow, I did not fully fall. I caught myself with the heel of my hand on a trunk, bark biting into my skin through the glove, and shoved off again, stumbling into deeper brush. Branches slapped at my face, little whips of twigs catching my cheeks, my neck. One snagged the collar of my jacket and yanked me sideways, half turning me before the seam tore and gave way with a ripping sound. I did not stop. I did not look back. If I had, I do not know what I would have seen. The hall receding, the car sitting crippled on its shredded tires, or something moving between them. The possibility kept my eyes locked forward, fixed on the nothingness between trunks, on the vague lighter patches that might be gaps between trees, or just tricks of my vision. My lungs started to revolt first. They burned hot and sour, stabbing under my ribs. Each breath came with a hitch now, a little whine in my throat. My legs followed a second later, muscles turning to thick, heavy rubber. The fire in my thighs making each step feel like wading through knee-high water. The cold air that had felt sharp and clarifying turned into something thick that I could not seem to get enough of. It was like trying to drink through a straw that someone was pinching shut. Finally, my body overruled my terror. My foot hit something solid, a rock or a buried stump, and this time, I did go down. I went sideways, shoulder first into the ground, sliding down into a shallow dip I had not seen. Leaves and dirt scraped my palms, my arm, my hip. The world tilted, and when I stopped moving, I found myself wedged behind a thick fallen log, the trunk mossy and damp against my back. For a second, all I could do was gulp air. My chest heaved, my mouth dragging in cold in huge, ragged gasps that sounded like they belonged to someone dying in a movie. Each inhale felt too short, each exhale too loud. My breath steamed in front of me in heavy bursts, hanging there in the dark. Then a different part of my brain, a quieter, smaller one that had not had a chance until now, managed to get a word in. They can hear you. I clamped my hand over my mouth so hard that my own teeth cut into the heel of my palm. The next breath tried to come out the same way and hit resistance, forcing the air to wheeze through my nose instead. It was still loud to me, but at least it was not the full-body gasp I had been making. I curled in on myself without thinking, knees drawn up, shoulder pressed into the damp earth, back molded to the curve of the log. The bark dug into my jacket. Some part of the trunk had rotted, and its sweet, moldy smell pressed into my nose. My phone was gone. The realization came like a delayed punch. I patted at my pockets anyway, hopeful, pointless. Jacket front, empty. Jeans pocket, just the dull rectangle of my wallet. The seat behind me was bare earth and leaves. I knew where the phone was. On the floor of the car, down by the pedals, still connected to a voice that was calling my name into an empty cabin. The only sounds I could hear now were my own body's noises and the forest around me. My heart slammed against my ribs, each beat a heavy thud that I was sure must be shaking the log. Blood rushed in my ears, a constant roar. My breath, even muffled behind my hand, still hissed in and out, fogging the air a few inches from my face. Around that, the woods breathed their own slow, indifferent rhythm. The faint rustle of dried leaves shifting against each other. A whisper of wind moving through the highest branches, far above my crouched shape. Some tiny, unseen thing scuttled briefly under the carpet of vegetation, then stopped. For a few seconds, it was just us, me, the trees, and the hole I had folded myself into, suspended in dark. Then faintly, from the direction of the clearing, I heard a new sound. Thud, it carried strangely far in the stillness. The solid, hollow sound of a car door being closed. Not slammed in panic, just shut. Deliberate. A second later, another. Thud. Different door. Different weight. The acoustics of the clearing. Open space. Brick. Metal. Threw the noises outward in all directions. My brain triangulated as best it could. They seemed to come from my left, where the hall and my stranded Civic waited. Gravel crunched. The familiar sound came back. The one from beside my car. Only now, it was more distant and wider, like more than one person walking. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Steps moving, stopping, turning. The pattern was messy, overlapping. Not the single measured pace from before. I swallowed, the movement loud in my own skull. and pressed my hand harder against my mouth to keep the next breath from whistling. Voices. They were faint, muffled by distance and trees, but undeniably human. One higher, one lower. The higher one was a woman. I could not make out the words, but I could hear the cadence, the way her voice rose and fell, calm and almost conversational. Not panicked, not angry, just talking, like this was any other night. The lower one answered, male, from the tone. Shorter sentences, a couple of syllables at a time. The sound of his words carried less. They were almost swallowed before they reached me. But the fact of them, the existence of back and forth, was enough. They were not surprised. Whoever these people were, this was not new to them. You do not lay out homemade tire spikes around a building in the woods and react with shock when they work. You do not sit in someone's back seat in silence and press your face to a hall window like it is a peephole on a theater stage if this is your first time. That was what hit me the hardest, crouched there behind the log, the sense of routine. This hall, this clearing, my car, it felt less like an isolated event and more like one entry in a list, a system someone had built and refined, a trap somebody had practiced. At least a couple, I thought, forcing each word through the fog of panic. At least two, probably more. I thought of the face at the window, the whisper behind the door, the chuckle from across the room, the shape at the edge of the headlights, the figure in my back seat. How many? My legs had started to cramp. I tried to shift my weight as silently as possible, muscles protesting, pins and needles lighting up along my calves. Dry leaves crackled softly under my boot. I froze, breath halting. The voices in the clearing paused. For a heartbeat, everything held still. Then the lower voice said something short, sharper. The crunch of footsteps picked up again. Faster this time, the pattern more aggressive. Stones scattered, bouncing. They were moving with purpose now. I did not know if they had heard me or if the timing was coincidence, but the effect was the same. Every muscle in my body knotted tighter, my fingers digging into the damp earth so hard my nails hurt. Then, from very far off, cutting through the thick blanket of trees and night, came a different sound altogether. Sirens. They were faint at first, a ghostly wail, so distant that I was not sure if I was imagining them. But as I held still, head tilted, breath stalled, the sound grew, layering over itself as more units joined in. A rising and falling cry that floated through the woods, bending around trunks, echoing off nothing. Relief and terror washed over me at the same time. The police were coming. That meant help. Light. Other people with working cars and weapons and radios. It also meant that whatever was happening in that clearing was about to be interrupted, and predators do not like their hunts interrupted. The footsteps on the gravel changed again. They got sharper, quicker. I heard someone break into a run, stones skittering wildly underfoot. A voice, hers, I thought, called out something I still could not make out, the tone shifting for the first time from casual to clipped. Doors thudded again, maybe more than two. I imagined people moving between the hall and the car, between the car and the tree line, deciding in seconds what to take, what to leave, whether to hide, whether to run. The sirens kept getting louder, swelling, bouncing off the trunks around me now in faint reflections. The distant smear of red and blue began to flicker between tree branches, like lightning trapped under the canopy, low and intermittent. My body decided, without consulting me, that it was time to move. I uncurled slowly from behind the log, knees popping, fingers slipping on the bark. As I used it to pull myself more upright, my thighs screamed from the run and the crouch, but I pushed up anyway, until I was half standing, half kneeling in the hollow behind the trunk. If I stayed hidden and the cops never saw me, this would be a nightmare that no one believed. If I stepped out and made myself visible, there was a chance, just a chance, that one of those cruisers would throw its lights onto me instead of a line of trees. I shifted my weight to my feet, preparing to stand. As I did, I heard one last sound, closer than anything I had heard since I dived into the woods. A crisp crack, the unmistakable snap of a twig breaking clean under a weight. It came from just on the other side of the log, not out in the clearing, not among the distant gravel, not even a few trees away. Right there. My breath stopped so fast it hurt. Every muscle in my body locked mid-motion. The sirens kept wailing, closer now, their rising and falling call painting the tree trunks around me in red and blue flashes. But in my little pocket of shadow, behind that damp, mossy barrier, everything else went silent. The woods held their breath with me. The twig snapped on the other side of the log, and every nerve in my body screamed at once. I did not look. I did not breathe. I just moved. My legs, half dead from running and crouching, exploded into motion like someone had jammed a live wire into them. I shoved myself up and over the side of the log, bark scraping my palms, moss smearing cold and wet across my jacket. For a split second, I was fully exposed, outlined in whatever little red and blue light filtered through the trees. Then I was running again. I tore through the underbrush in the opposite direction of that sound, branches lashing my face, roots grabbing at my ankles. The sirens were close now, so loud that they shook the air in my chest, so bright that every few strides my world flashed from black to red to blue to white. The ground tilted upward slightly as I climbed, then dipped. I did not bother trying to stay quiet anymore. Leaves and sticks snapped under my boots. If someone was right on the other side of that log, they already knew I was there. The trees ahead thinned, light bleeding through in thicker strips. The sound of engines joined the sirens, a low, constant rumble. My foot hit the last clutch of roots wrong, and I stumbled, burst through the tree line, and found myself on the edge of the gravel clearing again. The scene had changed. Two sheriff's cruisers sat at angles near my ruined Civic, red and blue lights spinning in overlapping circles, painting the old hall and the trees in pulsing color. One was nose in toward my car, the other skewed a little sideways, like they had pulled in fast and not bothered straightening out. I lurched out into the open, momentum carrying me further than I meant to. My boots slid on the loose stones, and I almost went down on one knee before catching myself. "Hey," I croaked, voice shredded. It came out hoarse, barely recognizable. I tried again, louder. "Hey, over here." Both cruisers' doors were open. Two figures stood near the closer one, silhouettes against the strobes. Tan uniforms, broad shoulders, hats barely holding their shape in the chaotic light. They were turned toward the hall, one of them raising a flashlight, the other talking into a shoulder mic. They spun at the sound of my shout. For a heartbeat, their hands went exactly where you do not want them to go, down toward the holsters on their hips. I saw the instinctive flex of fingers over leather, the half-tensed posture of people who have spent years expecting bad things to explode out of darkness. "Sheriff's office," one of them barked, flashlight beam spearing into my face. "Let me see your hands." I threw my arms up immediately, palms open, the motion exaggerated and clumsy. "I called," I gasped. "I'm the one who called. I'm the delivery driver." The light moved off my eyes and swung down my body, scanning for weapons I did not have. At this distance, they could see what I saw every day in the mirror. Tired guy, cheap jacket torn at the shoulder, pizza place logo half hidden under the zip, jeans smeared with dirt and leaf stains. The deputy with the flashlight glanced at his partner. Something in him relaxed by a notch. "That's him," the other said into his radio. "We've got the caller. Male, late 20s, appears unharmed. Repeat, we have the caller." "Come here," the one with the light said, less like an order and more like an instruction. "Slowly. Watch your footing." I did not need telling twice. I half stumbled, half walked toward them, my legs shaking so badly I felt like I might fold up halfway. The gravel seemed to shift more under me now, like it was trying to send me back into the trees. When I reached the cruiser, the deputy caught my arm just above the elbow, not rough, but firm, and steered me toward the hood like he'd done it 1,000 times before. "Sit," he said. The metal of the hood was still warm from the engine. I perched on the edge, the blanket weight of exhaustion finally catching up to my adrenaline. My whole body began to tremble, not from cold, but from everything that had been held in check finally being allowed to shake. The partner, older, went to the trunk and came back with a gray wool blanket. He snapped it open with one practiced motion and draped it over my shoulders, tucking it in a little tighter than necessary, like he was plugging leaks. "Wrap that around you," he said. "You're white as a sheet." The world had become a layered collage of light and sound. Sirens still wailing from another unit approaching down the gravel road. Radios crackling with static and clipped voices. The crunch of more boots on stone as other deputies moved into the scene. Flashlights snapped on and off. Cones of bright white cutting across the hall's front, sweeping over my poor Civic, catching the glitter of the metal spike strips near each ruined tire. My teeth started to chatter, completely independent of my intent. I clenched my jaw to stop it and ended up sounding like I was talking through a mouthguard when I tried to speak. "They were in the building," I said. "There were people, a face at the window. They were inside my car, in the back seat, and they..." Hey. The deputy closest to me, the one who'd first pointed the light, held up a hand gently. "Slow down, but don't stop. Start from the top, okay? I'm Deputy Harris. This is Deputy Mills. You called in a few minutes ago about being stranded out here. We need you to walk us through what happened, step by step." I looked past him for a second, eyes snagging on the front of the hall. The double doors were still closed, but 2 more officers were already moving toward them, flashlights bouncing. One put his hand on the handle, tested it, then gave a short nod to his partner. They spoke to each other in low voices that I could not quite hear over the radio chatter. Behind me, someone muttered about homemade caltrops and some sick joke. Evidence bags rustled, metal clinked as they lifted one of the spike strips with gloved hands and eased it into plastic. "It's not a joke," I said, more to myself than to anyone else. "I know," Harris said quietly. He looked at me with a kind of tired sympathy that made me think of long nights and longer reports. "Just talk." So I did. The words came out tangled at first, tripping over each other, my mouth trying to keep pace with the images in my head. "The address came in as a delivery," I said. 4 large pizzas, wings, cash order, listed as Lakeside Community Hall. The slip said that. My boss told me to come out here. When I got to the side road, there was a sign saying, "No trespassing, property under renovation." I called the store. He told me to knock anyway. I took a breath, the blanket edging tighter around my shoulders with the motion. The wool smelled faintly of dust and some generic detergent. I parked there. I nodded toward the Civic, its hazard lights still blinking, casting orange pulses over the scene. Right where you see it. The tires were fine then. I went up to the door with the food. I knocked. I heard something inside. Like someone moving. Then there was a face in the window, right up against it, eyes wide, staring. One of the other deputies, younger, glanced over from where he was taping off the spike strips, then went back to his work. Harris did not look surprised. He just asked, "Window beside the front doors?" "Yeah," I said. "Narrow one on the right." Then I heard laughing, whispering, from somewhere deeper in. I left the food and went back to the car. When I tried to drive away, it wouldn't move right. I got out, checked, and all my tires were shredded. I nodded toward the bagged metal. Weren't there when I pulled in. They had to have been placed while I was at the door. Mills, the older one, lifted one of the evidence bags higher, peering at the welded spikes through the plastic. "We've seen these before," he said quietly, mostly to his partner, not to me. Not this exact ones, but variations. Harris's jaw tightened a fraction. That was the tired recognition I'd seen before. Not disbelief, not surprise. Just that look people get when something unpleasant fits into a pattern they already knew about. "Keep going," he said to me. "You called 911 from the car after that?" "Yeah," I said. My throat was raw now. Every word came out scratched. "They told me to stay put." While I was on the phone, I heard footsteps circling the car, like someone walking around it on the gravel. And then I faltered, the next words catching behind my tongue. "And then what?" Harris prompted gently, though his eyes had gone a little harder at the edges. "I looked in the rear view," I said. My voice came out smaller. There was someone sitting in my back seat, leaning forward between the front seats, the same eyes, staring at me. The deputy did not dismiss it. He did not tell me it was adrenaline or a trick of light. He just took a slow breath that flared his nostrils, then exhaled. "Okay," he said. "Then you got out of the car." I panicked, I admitted. I opened the door and ran into the woods. I hid behind a log. I could still hear them out here, talking, a woman and a man. Then your sirens came. They started moving faster. Doors were slamming, and then I ran toward the lights. "Good," he said. "You did what you needed to do to get away." Behind him, the pair of deputies at the hall had reached the doors. One of them keyed his shoulder mic. "Unit 3 to dispatch. We're making entry to the structure. Front doors are secured, but not reinforced. No visible signs of forced entry. Proceeding with caution." The radio on Harris's shoulder crackled in response. "Copy that, Unit 3. Proceed. Advise when clear." The two at the doors pulled them open with a metallic groan. The sound rolled out into the clearing, deep and hollow, like something waking up. Their flashlights knifed into the darkness beyond, cutting a corridor out of the gloom. "Sheriff's office," one of them called. His voice echoed back faintly. "If anyone's in here, announce yourself." They disappeared inside, beams swinging. For a moment, all I could see were the cones of their lights jittering across dirty walls and old tile through the crack of the door. Then the gap narrowed as the doors eased most of the way shut behind them, muffling the sound. Mills moved off to follow, leaving Harris with me. "Anything they find in there," he said, nodding toward the hall, "is going to help us understand what this place has been used for. But I'm going to say this now, so you hear it early. Whoever you saw, they had time to move. By the time we roll onto scenes like this, people like that are usually long gone." His tone turned flat on those last two words. Not hopeless, just realistic, practiced. By my car, another pair of deputies were crouched near the shredded tires, their gloved hands moving carefully as they documented the spike strips before bagging them. One took photos with a small camera, the flash popping in quick, harsh bursts. Each burst lit up the gravel, the metal teeth, the ruins of the rubber where my tires used to be. Somewhere closer to the building, a radio squawked. The team inside the hall had begun their sweep, boots creaking on old floors, voices calling room clear, room clear. The sound leaked out through the cracked doors, thin and echoing. I imagined them moving through what I had only glimpsed, the hallway behind the narrow window, whatever room the whispers had come from, the place where someone had sat silently by the door while I knocked. "We've got old tables and chairs in here." A deputy's voice came over the radio, breath echoing. "Looks like storage. Some trash. Looks like somebody's been squatting. Food cans, takeout containers, some blankets. Copy. There's a mattress in the back room. Real dirty. No persons on site. Repeat, no one's here now." The words sank into my stomach like stones. Of course they were not there now. They had had time. Time while I was running blindly into the trees, while the sirens were still distant, while I was cowering behind a log, listening to them decide what to take and what to leave. Harris's radio crackled again. "Unit 1, we're going to need crime scene out here," someone said. "We've got homemade tire spikes, clear evidence of vehicle tampering, probable illegal occupancy, no contact with suspects." "Copy that," he said back, then looked at me. "Listen," he said, "we believe you, all right? This isn't the first time some part of this county has been used like this. We're going to take your statement in full. We're going to log these devices. We're going to run that hall back through records and see who's been coming and going. But I need you to understand something." He paused, letting the sounds of boots crunching on gravel, radios asking for ETA, flashlights snapping on and off, fill the space between us for a second. "Most of what we do out here is catch the aftermath," he said. "We don't always get the people. Sometimes all we get is the story they leave behind." Behind him, in the open doorway of the hall, a beam of light swept past the narrow side window. For a split second, in the reflection of that glass, all I could see was my own face on the hood of the cruiser, wrapped in a blanket, eyes too wide, staring back. By the time they brought me to the station, it felt like the night had been going on for a week. The adrenaline had burned off somewhere between the clearing and the ride back, leaving a kind of hollow exhaustion in its place. My body felt like it had been wrung out and hung up to dry. When they led me into a small room with fluorescent lights and dull beige walls, my eyes actually hurt from how bright it was. The overhead fixture buzzed with a faint electrical hum, flickering just enough that I could see the shadow of the plastic cover tremble on the ceiling. A metal table sat in the middle of the room, bolted to the floor. 2 chairs, one for me, one for whoever they sent in. Outside the door, I could hear the low murmur of voices, the occasional ring of a phone, a printer spitting out paper. Somewhere farther down the hall, a coffee machine gurgled, doing that little coughing sound they all do when they are pushing the last of the water through the grounds. To my left, by the corner, a vending machine hummed steadily, its compressor cycling on and off with a soft, throaty click. The soda cans and chip bags in it looked lurid under their own bright display lights, like props in some other, less serious world. A clock on the wall, the old analog kind, ticked louder than it had any right to. Each second landed like a tap on the inside of my skull. I sat there with a styrofoam cup of water in my hands, staring at the condensation collecting in a ring near the top, and tried not to replay the rear view over and over again. The door opened with a soft squeak, and a man stepped in. He was not in a tan uniform like the deputies. Dark slacks, white shirt, tie loosened a notch, jacket off. The badge clipped to his belt caught the fluorescent light and flashed once. Lines at the corners of his eyes, not just from age, but from squinting at things for a long time. He shut the door behind him with his foot and sat across from me, laying a yellow legal pad on the table. "Evening," he said, like this was any other bad night at work. "I'm Detective Calloway. You already spoke with some of my guys at the scene. I'm just going to go over it with you again, so we can get everything down clean. That sound okay?" "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded flat in this room, smaller than it had outside. "Sure." He clicked a pen, wrote my name at the top of the pad in neat block letters, then looked up at me. "So," he said, "let's start fresh. For the record, tell me your full name, date of birth, and current address." I gave them to him. Listening to the details of my own life come out of my mouth felt weirdly unreal, like I was reciting someone else's information from memory. He wrote them down without comment, then nodded. "All right," he said. "Now walk me through tonight, in your own words. Start from when you were at the pizza place and got the order. Take your time." It was at least the third time I'd been asked to do this. First in the clearing with Harris, then again, briefly, in the back of the cruiser on the way here, when someone wanted to make sure my story did not change completely in transit. Each time, the beats were the same, but the emphasis shifted a little as the shock wore off. I told him about the last order of the night, the ticket, the address, the drive out of town, the side road and the property under renovation sign, calling my boss, the hall, the face at the window, the spike strips, the footsteps, the figure in the back seat, leaning between the front seats, eyes too wide. He didn't interrupt much, just small clarifying questions here and there. Which side of the building? How many steps? How long between hearing the laugh and deciding to leave? His pen moved steadily, making small scratching sounds as it translated my words into lines on the yellow paper. When I finished, he flipped back a few pages and glanced over something, then looked up at me again. "Okay," he said. "We're going to go over a few parts of that in detail now. I know you're tired. I know this is the last thing you want to do. But this is the part where details matter, even the ones that feel small or stupid, all right?" "Yeah," I said. "I get it." He tapped his pen lightly against the pad. "The person at the window," he said. "Could you tell if they were male or female?" I shook my head. The hair was long, dark, but that doesn't mean anything. The lighting was bad. The face was kind of flattened against the glass. The memory made my stomach twist. The eyes were big. That's what I remember most. Any distinguishing features? He asked. Scars, tattoos, piercings, anything like that? No, I said. It was too fast, too close. I wasn't thinking like that. I wasn't cataloging things. He nodded. Not like he was disappointed, just like he'd expected that answer. And the person in the back seat? Same question. Any details? Clothing, hair length, jewelry, smell, anything? I closed my eyes for a second, forcing myself to picture the mirror again, even though every part of me wanted to keep it buried. Same hair? I said slowly. Dark? Kind of hanging down. Skin looked pale, but that could have been the light from my phone. I couldn't see clothes clearly. Just dark. The eyes were the same. Too wide. Like they were proud of it. Proud? He asked. Like they'd practiced it, I said before I could stop myself. Like this was their thing. I don't know. He scribbled something down, then shifted gears. You didn't see any vehicles besides your own near the hall? He asked. Nothing pulled off onto the gravel or tucked into the trees? No, I said. If there were, they had them hidden, or they left before you got there. He took that in stride. Any license plates at all? On the way out there? Turn-offs? Maybe someone following you at any point? I thought back to the highway, the long stretch of County Road 17. Headlights in my mirror, then none. Streetlights dwindling. Houses spaced out. Nothing that stood out, I said. Just normal traffic until I left town. After the turnoff, it was just me. He flipped his pen over in his fingers once, thinking. All right, he said. His tone shifted slightly, still calm, but slower, like he was easing the conversation onto a different track. I'm going to tell you a few things, because I think you deserve to know this wasn't just you having a bad night. My throat tightened a little. Okay. He glanced at the mirror in the corner of the room, the kind that was glass on our side and who knows what on the other, then back at me. About a year ago, he said. In the next county over, we assisted on a case. Another guy, about your age, working nights delivering food. Different chain, different town, same basic setup. Last-minute call to an event center on the edge of town. Address on the order slip checked out. Building used to be legit. Weddings, graduations, that kind of thing. But had been closed for renovations for a while. The words settled on the table between us like a weight. What happened? I asked, even though I already knew from the way he was telling it that the story did not have the ending I wanted. He never came back, Calloway said. No drama, no emphasis, just a plain statement. His co-workers assumed he was running late on a big order. After an hour, they tried his cell. No answer. They sent another driver past the address about 90 minutes after he left the store. I could almost see it. The second driver pulling up, expecting to see a car. Maybe his friend stacking pizza bags in his back seat, ready to get chewed out. They found his car on a dirt turnout down the road from the event center. Calloway continued. Driver's door open. Engine off. No sign of him. No cash in the bag, but also no sign of a struggle in or around the vehicle. Just nothing. He was gone. The clock on the wall ticked. Coffee bubbled somewhere out of sight. The vending machine compressor kicked on with a low, throaty hum. Did they ever find him? I asked, already knowing the answer from the way the detective's eyes had gone a little flat. No, he said, still open, still on somebody's desk. Some of us think he got lured out there deliberately. Some think he picked the wrong turnout and got picked up by the wrong person. Either way, he didn't walk away like you did. I wrapped my hands tighter around the cup of water. The styrofoam crinkled under my fingers. You said a few things, I managed. Plural. Yeah, he said. He tapped the pen on the pad twice, then drew a small, rough shape. Maybe an intersection, maybe just a habit. About a month before that case, different part of the county, we had reports of vehicles getting their tires slashed on a rural lane. Not with a knife, not random vandalism, but with devices placed in the road. Metal bars with spikes welded on. Not police issue, homemade. Like someone had watched a late-night cop show and thought, I could build my own. My skin prickled. Same kind of things you found under my car, I said. Not identical, he said, but close enough that anyone with eyes would say they were cousins. We never caught the guy in that case either. Spikes would show up, slash a few tires, disappear. No one got hurt. Not badly, but it felt like a test run, or practice. Practice. The word made something in my chest go cold. You're not telling me this to make me feel better, I said. He gave a short, humorless huff that might have been the ghost of a laugh. I'm telling you, so you don't walk out of here thinking this was some freak one-time thing, a bad dream that will never brush up against anyone else's life again. He set the pen down, folded his hands over the legal pad. There are people, he said, who look at places like that, haul the way hunters look at a good patch of woods. Out of the way, easy to get in and out of. Lots of approaches, lots of cover. They figure out which businesses deliver late, which roads don't see much traffic after 10 p.m., which drivers will go wherever the GPS tells them. They don't always get what they want. Sometimes the trap misfires. Sometimes people like you get away and sit under bad fluorescent lights telling people like me about it. He paused, letting that sink in. And sometimes, he added, nobody makes it back to tell us anything. All we find is a car. It was not a speech. It was not even said cruelly. It was just the shape of the thing, laid bare. I stared at the tabletop. The surface was scratched up, little grooves crisscrossing like someone had dragged keys across it 100 times. In the background, the coffee machine clicked off, having finished its cycle. The vending machine hummed on. The clock kept ticking. So, what happens now? I asked, my voice quieter than before. You guys sweep the building. You bag the metal. You take my statement. And then we do what we can, he said. We pull camera footage from every road out of there, if there is any. We see who bought the metal used for those spikes within a 50-mile radius. We talk to our friends in the next county about their missing driver and see if anything new rattles loose. We'll probably find 2 or 3 more cases from the last couple of years that look similar enough to make us uncomfortable. He picked up the pen again, spinning it absently. But I'm not going to lie to you, he said. If these folks are as careful as they seem, we might never put cuffs on them. They chose that haul for a reason. They chose your car for a reason, and they let go of you for a reason too, even if we don't understand it yet. I thought about the quiet chuckle behind the door, the face in the window, the eyes in the mirror, the spike strips carefully placed around my car, while I stood 15 yards away, listening to them breathe. A hunting ground. That was what that clearing was. Not just an abandoned building in the woods. Not just a weird, one-off incident I had stumbled into by bad luck. It was a place someone had chosen, shaped, and used tried and refined. A place where, for who knows how long, people had been brought out under perfectly reasonable pretenses and then removed. "How many times do you think this has happened?" I asked. Calloway looked at me for a long moment. His eyes were tired but not empty. "More than we know about," he said finally. "Fewer than they'd like." He did not say, "You're lucky." He did not say, "It's over." He just turned the page on his legal pad and said, "Let's go back to when you first turned off Highway 12. I want you to tell me again everything you remember from that point on. Every car you passed, every light you saw." The clock ticked, the vending machine hummed, and somewhere, back on County Road 17, a dark, empty hall sat in its clearing, waiting for the next phone call. By the time they were done with me at the station, the night outside had given up and turned into something gray. I sat on a hard plastic chair in the lobby, wrapped in the same wool blanket, clutching a styrofoam cup of coffee I was not really drinking. The sky through the glass doors was that early morning color that is not really light yet, just less dark. A street lamp outside buzzed and flickered, tired of its own job. "That your ride?" the desk sergeant asked. A tired blue minivan had just rolled into the visitor spot by the entrance. The side panel bore the pizza shop logo, faded and peeling at the edges. The exhaust puffed out in little white bursts in the cold. Through the windshield, I could see my manager hunched over the wheel, eyes shadowed. "Yeah," I said. The sergeant gave me a nod. "Take it easy, son." The automatic doors sighed open when I stepped toward them. The cold hit me again, softer than it had in the clearing, but still enough to remind my lungs they were not done for the day. My boots made a dull sound on the wet concrete as I crossed to the van. The passenger door stuck a little, like it always did, before giving way with a groan. Warmth seeped out from the vents, loaded with the smell of stale fast food and those little cardboard air fresheners that never quite managed to cover anything. "Hey," my manager said. He looked different outside of the chaos of a Friday night, sitting still under washed-out daylight. The lines around his mouth were deeper. His eyes were ringed in red, as if he had been rubbing them too much or not sleeping at all. His hair, usually smoothed back with product, stuck up in odd places. "Hey," I said back, sliding into the seat and pulling the door shut. For a moment, we just sat there. The heater made a low, struggling roar, blowing lukewarm air against my knees. Somewhere under the dashboard, something rattled when the engine idled. A loose screw, a forgotten pen, a piece of the van that had given up and decided to just exist as noise from now on. "Cops called me," he said finally, eyes still on the windshield. "Said they needed someone to pick you up. Said your car's getting towed back later." "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded dead even to me. He glanced over quickly, then back at the wheel. His fingers drummed once on the steering wheel, stopped, started again. "You okay?" he asked. It came out awkward, like he was not sure how to phrase the question without somehow taking responsibility. "No," I said. I did not try to soften it. "But I'm alive." He swallowed and nodded once. That seemed to be enough for him to turn the van into gear and pull out of the lot. The drive back into town was quieter than any of the ones I had made in my own car. No radio, no chatter, just the soft drone of the engine, the occasional clunk from the suspension when we hit a patch of rough road, the sigh of the heater trying its best. Dawn washed over the highway in slow, pale streaks. The world looked flat and unreal to me, like a backdrop somebody was still painting. When we passed the exit for County Road 17, I found my fingers tightening on the faded cloth of the seat without meaning to. He noticed. "I got a call from the detective," he said, maybe just to fill the space. He said you did the smart thing by getting away, that it could have gone worse." "Yeah," I said. He drummed his fingers again. "Look, man, I didn't know that place was like that. It was in the system. Last year, I remember we delivered out that way for some legit church thing. I thought it was that again." He said it like an apology, and a defense rolled together. "I know," I said, and I did. It was not like he had sat in his little office and thought, "Let's send the guy who needs ours into a trap." The order had come in, the address had checked out, and the system did what it did. But it did not matter. We pulled into the strip mall a little after 7. The parking lot was mostly empty except for a couple of employee vehicles for the breakfast place at the far end, and a street sweeper slowly crawling past, its rotating brushes making a low, grinding sound on the asphalt. The pizza place looked strange in daytime. The neon open sign in the window was dark, but even shut off, it made a faint electrical buzz if you stood close enough, something I had only ever noticed locking up at night. The big front windows reflected the pale sky and the empty lot, with just enough interior light leaking around the edges to silhouette the stacked chairs. My manager killed the engine. The van made one last shuddering tremor and then went still. "You wanna go home first?" he asked. "We don't open for hours. I only came in to grab some paperwork. You should probably sleep, man. Or, I don't know, watch stupid TV, something." I opened the door. "I'll ride home later," I said. "I gotta do something first." He hesitated, as if he was trying to guess what that something was. Then he nodded, slowly, like he already knew, and did not want to say it aloud. "Okay," he said. "I'll be inside." The shop smelled different with the ovens off. No hot wave of baking dough and tomato sauce hitting me as I pushed through the front door. Just the colder scents underneath. Cleaning chemical, stale grease, cardboard, the faint sugary echo from the neighboring donut place that always seemed to seep through the shared wall. The chairs were flipped upside down on the tables, legs in the air like a row of bugs on their backs. The big ovens sat dark and hulking, open mouths closed, no conveyor belts running. The soda cooler hummed in the corner, fluorescent tubes shining on rows of untouched bottles. Its fan made a little whirring noise in cycles, then clicked off, then on again, like it was breathing. The neon sign in the window emitted its soft, pointless buzz. The only other light came from the back, where the small office door was propped open. My manager had retreated in there, giving me space like he knew what was coming. I walked behind the counter, past the register, past the prep table with its covered tubs of cheese and toppings, now swept clean and tucked into the cooler. The non-slip mat under my feet squeaked faintly with each step. The office was barely a room at all, more like a closet somebody had shoved a desk into. The walls were covered in pinned-up schedules, laminated health code reminders, a corkboard full of delivery maps, and printed-out coupons. A small, aging computer sat on the desk next to the phone system base. The rolling chair squeaked when my manager shifted his weight in it. I'll give you a minute," he said, standing up. He brushed past me and left, pulling the door mostly shut behind him. The room hummed. The soda cooler's low vibration came through the wall. The building's HVAC system clicked somewhere overhead, ducks sighing. Out front, the neon open sign buzzed like a fly trapped in glass. Farther away, outside, the street sweeper's brushes ground along the curb, a faint metallic growl. I pulled an old order form from the stack on the desk and flipped it over. The back was mostly blank, except for a faint bleed of the logo from the other side. For a second, the pen felt heavy in my hand. Then I wrote. It did not take long. There was not much to say. I wrote my name, the date, and some version of "I hereby resign my position effective immediately." I underlined "immediately" without really meaning to. The letters looked strange in my own handwriting, like a note someone else had forged. I left the paper on the center of the desk, weighed down with the tape dispenser so it would not get lost under the drift of receipts and menus. Out by the walk-in cooler, there were a few small cubbies where drivers kept their odds and ends, phone chargers, spare hats, half-used bottles of cheap cologne. Mine still had a piece of masking tape on the front with my name on it. Inside was a tangled charging cable, a pair of cheap sunglasses with one arm slightly bent from being sat on, a roll of quarters for tolls, and an extra strap for an insulated bag. I put the quarters in my pocket. I left the strap. I took the sunglasses just because the idea of someone else wearing them made my skin crawl. When I stepped back out into the front of the shop, my manager was standing by the counter, hands in his pockets, staring at the blank screens of the order monitors. "Well," he said. "I quit," I said. "Papers on your desk." He nodded once, like he had been rehearsing this moment in his head for the last 10 minutes. "Yeah, I figured." He looked like he wanted to say more. Apologize, argue, bargain. Instead, he settled for, "I'm glad you're still breathing, man." "Me too," I said. We did not hug. We did not shake hands. We just shared one long, awkward nod. Two tired men standing in a pizza place that felt suddenly too small to hold everything that had happened. That night, back in my apartment, the world would not settle. I lay on my back in the dark, staring at the faint glow of the digital clock on my nightstand. The road outside my building, 4 lanes, busy during the day, had thinned to a trickle of cars. Each one that passed sent a soft whoosh of air and a smear of headlights across my ceiling. Every time a pair of headlights slowed, my hand tightened on the edge of the mattress. The sound of tires rolling over asphalt, the subtle change in pitch when someone hit their brakes, the low idle of an engine as it sat at the light. I cataloged all of it without meaning to. I knew which cars belonged to my neighbors, which ones belonged to late-night delivery apps, which ones were strangers. I did not look out the window. Sometimes, when a vehicle idled too long at the curb, I could feel myself freezing in place, the same way I had in bed before my last delivery, listening to the hum of my own car downstairs before I went out into the cold. 3 days later, my phone rang. The number was blocked, but the caller ID said County Sheriff. My chest tightened. For a second, I considered letting it go to voicemail. Then I swiped to answer. "Hello. Name?" "This is Detective Calloway," the voice said. "You got a minute?" My stomach dropped. "Yeah," I said. "Did you find something?" In a manner of speaking, he said, I could hear office noise behind him. Phones, distant conversation, the squeak of a chair. "We pulled call logs from your pizza place's system, part of standard follow-up, outgoing, incoming, all of it. We were looking for the number that phoned in the order that sent you out there. Did you trace it? I asked. He exhaled slowly, not as cleanly as I'd like. It was a VoIP number, internet-based, bounced through a provider in another state. That provider hosts numbers for all kinds of legitimate businesses too. So it's not like we can just shut them down or demand a list and call it good. But here's the part you should know. He paused, papers rustling faintly. That number, or rather, that account, has hit your store before, he said. Months ago, maybe more than once. We found a record of a call about 6 months back, late at night, placed to your shop. The order attached to it was marked canceled in the system. No driver assigned. Nobody at the store remembers the conversation, but the caller ID footprint matches the one from the night you went out there. I sat down without realizing I had started to stand. So they tried before, I said. Looks that way, he said. Could have been a test. Could have been they didn't like the answer they got that night. You were closed early, maybe. Short-staffed. Maybe whoever answered told them you didn't deliver that far. The point is, that account, it's watched your store. Learned when you're open late. Learned what you'll say yes to. My free hand curled into a fist on my knee. So they study us. They study patterns, he said. Delivery routes. Late calls. People willing to drive out to the end of a dark road because the receipt says community hall. That hall's not on an island. Name. Folks like that don't pick randomly. They plan. There was a faint taste of metal in my mouth again. Are you telling me this because you're close to catching them? I asked. Or because you don't want me thinking it was just random? Both, he said after a moment. I want you to understand that what happened to you fits into something bigger. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but I can tell you this. We've got a warrant in with the VoIP provider. We're going to see what else that account has called, in what towns, attached to what stories. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we won't. In the meantime, your old boss is shortening his delivery radius and not taking any more orders to places under renovation. The idea of someone else picking up a steaming bag, punching in a strange address, driving into the dark because a system told them to, made my skin crawl. Okay, I said, because there was nothing else to say. If you remember anything, any detail at all you haven't already shared, you call me, he said, day or night. He hung up after that, leaving me with the quiet hum of my apartment, the distant hiss of cars on the road, and the knowledge that somewhere out there, on some other late shift, someone else's phone might already be ringing. Most people who know me now think I have always been a grocery guy. They met me pushing a pallet of paper towels down aisle 9, not running pizzas down back roads at midnight. To them, I am just the quiet dude who helps open the store, who knows where the weird brands of cereal are and how to fix a jammed self-checkout printer. I let them believe that. I do not correct them when they say things like, "Man, I could never do delivery, all that driving. You were smart to get out." I just shrug and say something like, "Yeah, I got tired of it," and leave it there. The store feels like a different planet from the hall and the clearing, but sometimes the worlds bleed together. My shift starts at 4 in the morning most days. It is the kind of hour that does not feel like it belongs to anyone. The sky is still black when I pull into the lot. The big sign over the entrance glows against it. Bright corporate colors, a generic promise of fresh every day, humming above a mostly empty parking lot. I park under a camera now, every time. There is a pole halfway up the row with a dome camera stuck to it like a dark bubble. I aim for the spot right under that bubble, my headlights sweeping across the lines, my hands tightening just a little on the wheel as I turn in. If someone wants to slash my tires here, they have to do it on film. I check my mirrors more than I need to. Old habits, new paranoia. Inside, the store is bright enough to feel sterile. The ceiling is lined with rows of LED panels, flat white rectangles that throw down clean, cold light on everything. It makes the colors on the boxes and bags look almost too saturated. The floor is a long, polished river of off-white tile stretching between aisles. The sound here is constant, even when the place looks empty. The refrigeration units along the back wall and in the frozen section hum all the time, a low mechanical drone that becomes part of the background if you let it. The dairy cases breathe in a steady rhythm. The freezers emit a higher, thinner whine. Somewhere in the back, compressors kick on and off, adding little vibrations to the air you can feel more than hear. Pallet jacks clack and rattle as we drag them across the floor, wheels ticking over the lines in the tile. Cardboard boxes scrape on metal shelves. Someone's cart rolls a little too fast and bangs into an end cap, making the glass jars on the display ring against each other with a soft clinking sound. The intercom crackles to life every so often. Code 22, front end. Price check needed on register 3. Voices filtered through cheap ceiling speakers, slightly distorted, floating over the aisles and dying in the fluorescent hum. This is my world now. I cut open boxes of cereal and stack them so the labels face out just right. I wheel out pallets of bottled water when the end-of-aisle display runs low. I reset the seasonal section every few weeks. Halloween candy, then turkeys and stuffing, then Christmas cookies, then whatever the next thing is. My hands smell more like cardboard and plastic wrap these days than tomato sauce and melted cheese. Nobody here has seen me in a delivery polo, running late with a thermal bag. They have seen me show up on time, keep my head down, always volunteer for the earlier shifts. People have stopped offering me closing slots. I do not want them. I do not want to be the last car in any parking lot ever again. When I do drive now, I pick my routes like a scared animal. I stick to main roads, even if the GPS wants to shave 3 minutes off by sending me through a side street. I choose interstates over back highways, highways over county roads. If an app tells me to turn on to something with a number instead of a name, county road, farm road, old route, I ignore it and let the ETA jump up. I would rather sit in traffic under overpasses and billboards than move freely through empty dark. At red lights, I leave a little extra space between me and the car in front of me, just in case I need room to get out. At home, I park as close to the building as I can, under another camera, under a light that never quite turns all the way off. If I come home after dark and the lot is too empty, I circle once and make sure I am not the only vehicle before I get out. My therapist says the driving patterns are adaptive caution. It sounds better than obsession. Yeah, I tried therapy. Human beings can only carry around certain images in their heads for so long before they start leaking out in ways that scare the people around them. I was waking up 3-4 times a week with my heart slamming, convinced I had heard gravel under my bed, or that there was someone sitting in the corner of my room, just out of my line of sight. So I sat on another hard chair in another quiet room and told a stranger about a hall in the middle of nowhere, about eyes pressed to glass, about someone sitting in my back seat who never should have been there. She was good at her job, I think. Calm, grounded. She talked about trauma and hypervigilance and how the brain can get stuck replaying certain scenes. She asked good questions. Had there been anything like this in my past? Had I ever felt unsafe on deliveries before that night? Was this the first time I had thought seriously about the fact that my job meant driving out alone to unknown addresses for cash? I answered as best I could. I explained the facts. What I could not explain was the feeling. The moment when your eyes meet someone's in a mirror and you know they shouldn't be there, that does something to your wiring. It is not just fear. It is a kind of insult to reality. Your car is supposed to be your little sealed-off bubble, the one place between stops where you are alone. Finding out that bubble can be breached without you hearing a door open, without you noticing any weight shift, breaks something in how you trust the world. She told me that with time and work, the images would dull, that the memory would become less hot, as she put it. Maybe she is right. I stopped going after a while. Not because she was bad at what she did, but because talking about it in that room always made me feel like I had left some part of the story behind, like I was only bringing in the pieces that fit into normal language. It is easier to stack soup cans and listen to the freezer's hum. In the mornings, before the store opens, there is a strange moment that happens almost every day. You would only notice it if you were there early enough and quiet enough. During stocking, all the machines run like a chorus. Coolers, freezers, compressors, fans. It is this constant layered sound, like standing next to a polite ocean made of motors. But every so often, the cycles line up just wrong. One unit finishes running and shuts off right before another one starts. A compressor hits a rest period. A fan kicks down for a second. For maybe 2-3 heartbeats, everything pauses. All the noise drops out. You go from a full buzzing soundscape to nothing. No hum, no whir. Just the soft squeak of your own shoes and the tiny clink of a jar against a shelf if you are unlucky enough to be holding one in that exact second. The silence slams into you. Most people do not even notice. They are talking to a coworker, or they have headphones in, or they are in the back room where the dock noises drown it out. But when I am alone in an aisle, sliding cans into place, and that happens, when every compressor in the building takes the same breath at once, it feels like I have been dropped back into that clearing. For a split second, I am standing in front of an old brick hall, my own headlights throwing long shadows. The engine has just shut off. The hum of the car has died. There is nothing but my breath and the crunch of gravel somewhere I cannot see. In the store, in that little pocket of silence, I always freeze, hand on a can or on a box of cereal, mid-motion, muscles locked, every nerve suddenly listening for something that does not belong there. Footsteps on tile, a laugh at the wrong volume, a voice too close behind me. Then the compressors come back on. The coolers exhale. The soundscape fills in again, like someone turning up the volume on the world. I finish stacking the shelf. I move to the next aisle. Nobody else notices that the store went quiet enough for a stranger to step up behind me without a sound. I wish I could say it ended with the hall and the spike strips and the rear view. It did not. It was a Thursday, months later. One of those days that felt like it had 3 different mornings in it. We had done a reset on the cereal aisle. which meant hours of dragging pallets, breaking down boxes, lining up boxes of loops and flakes and frosted whatever so that they made perfect little walls of bright sugar. By the time I clocked out, my shoulders ached in that deep, dull way that promised they would still hurt tomorrow. My hands smelled like cardboard dust and the faint ghost of lemon cleaner from wiping down the shelves. The employee locker room in the back of the store is barely more than a hallway someone decided to trap between two doors. Narrow space, maybe 10 feet long, lined with gray metal lockers on both sides. Some are dented, some have stickers slapped on them. Sports teams, bands, generic motivational slogans. A flimsy wooden bench runs down the middle, just wide enough for two people to sit on if they do not mind bumping knees. The air in there always smells the same. Sweat, detergent from the uniforms, stale deodorant, and the faint chemical tang of the cheap soap in the bathroom next door. That afternoon, it was empty when I pushed the door open. The lone fluorescent tube overhead buzzed lazily, casting a flat, humming light over everything. It flickered once as the motion sensor caught me, then steadied. Somewhere out front, muted by walls and stockroom, I could hear the faint clatter of a cart being pushed across tile and the soft electronic chime of an announcement. Assistance needed in produce. Even farther away, the automatic doors at the front of the store sighed open and shut at their own pace, letting in little ghosts of traffic noise and cold air that I could feel but not really hear from back here. My locker is 3 down from the end. Eye level, door paint chipped around the handle from years of keys and fingernails. I dropped onto the bench with a little groan, the wood complaining under me, and spun the combination lock without really thinking about it. Fingers on metal, numbers and muscle memory. Right, left, right. The dial clicked in that smooth way that told me the tumblers had lined up. I tugged the handle. The door swung open with its usual soft squeal of metal on metal. I was halfway into the motion of reaching for my jacket when my brain registered that something was wrong. My locker is not messy, but I know its usual chaos. Folded hoodie on the top shelf, small bottle of ibuprofen, roll of mints, my work cap, a wadded grocery bag, pair of beat-up sneakers for when my feet give up on my boots. All of that was still there, but above it, taped to the back wall of the locker at eye level, was something new. A photo, just a single 4x6 print, white border, glossy finish, stuck up with 2 strips of clear tape at the top corners so it hung perfectly flat against the metal. For a second, all I saw was shape and contrast. Dark background, a rectangle of light, a figure in the center. Then my brain caught up and put words to it. The picture showed the back of a man in a pizza delivery jacket, standing in the spill of light from a strip mall back door. The jacket was unmistakable. Thick black fabric, reflective piping on the seams, the old company logo plastered across the shoulder blades in red and white. The man was holding an insulated bag in his left hand, arm slightly bent from the weight. The light from the open back door threw his shadow long across the cracked asphalt, stretching toward whoever had taken the picture. He was standing in front of a plain, beat-up metal door with a crash bar and a little wired glass window near the top. To the right, just inside the frame, you could see the corner of a stacked crate and the faint outline of a dumpster. To the left, the edge of another door with a different business name stenciled on it in peeling paint. Behind him, the rest of the lot vanished into darkness. The angle was unmistakable. slightly low and to the side, like the camera had been held from behind some obstacle. A dumpster, a parked car, a stack of pallets. The kind of vantage point you get when you're close and trying not to be seen. You could not see the man's face in the photo, just the back of his head, the curve of his neck, the shape of his shoulders under the jacket. I didn't need to see his face. I knew the slope of those shoulders. I knew that jacket. I knew that door. I knew the way my left arm tended to hang when I was carrying a bag and my right hand was free to fish for keys. It was me. Not could be. Not maybe. It was me. My first thought wasn't rational. It was just a hit of recognition in my gut, so strong it made me feel briefly nauseous. The same kind of jolt you get seeing yourself in a mirror at an unexpected angle. The buzzing overhead light suddenly seemed twice as loud, filling the narrow room with a thin, angry electric note. The locker door, half opened, felt like a shield that was too small. I stared at the photo, my eyes tracking every detail, my heartbeat climbing. The graininess of the image suggested it had been taken in low light. The noise in the darker parts, the blown-out brightness near the door, the slight blur of the edges. All of it said cheap digital or a phone camera from a few years back. It was not something anyone had pulled from my social media. I never posted myself in that jacket. Most people I knew then did not even know I worked that job. There was no reason for a candid shot like this to exist, except one. Somebody had been watching me behind that store, close enough to see the back of my neck, close enough to catch the light outlining the insulated bag, close enough that, if I had turned around, I might have been able to make out their face. Ice slid under my skin. My breath, which had been coming slow and heavy from the shift, turned sharp and small. The locker room, already cramped, closed in by a few inches. The metal walls felt like they were creeping closer. The ceiling dropped. For a second, I thought maybe one of the guys was pulling a prank. People do weird things to make fun of each other's old jobs. Print an old Facebook picture, slap it up, have a laugh in the break room about the pizza guy. But this wasn't a selfie. This wasn't staged. This was a surveillance shot. Jesus, I muttered, barely audible. My voice sounded wrong in the little space. The fluorescent tube overhead flickered just once, then steadied. The sound of it seemed to dig into my ears, a high, whining buzz that I couldn't tune out. Far off, out on the sales floor, a cart clattered into something metal and someone laughed, the sound thin and distant. I reached up, slowly, and touched the bottom edge of the photo. The paper was cold and stiff under my fingertips. Real. Not a hallucination, not a trick of my tired brain. The tape made a soft, tacky sound when I pushed on it gently. My reflection in the locker door's inner edge looked wrong. Pale, eyes too wide. The pose felt uncomfortably familiar. My thoughts scrambled. Maybe the manager from the pizza place had it. Maybe he'd taken it sometime to use as a promo shot and forgotten about it. Maybe he handed it over to the detective, and the detective had... what? Driven out to my new job to tuck it inside my locker as some kind of messed up icebreaker? No. No way. Could one of the detectives have shared it with someone as a training example? Here's what our guy looked like that night. Then that someone, what? Printed it, drove to my store, found my locker. No. That was crazier than the idea that someone else had taken it in the first place, which left the option I had been trying not to stare at directly, that whoever had been running that hall Whoever had ordered that pizza and laid those spikes and sat in my back seat had not shrugged and moved on when the cops showed up. They had kept tabs on me. The idea uncoiled in my head like a slow, cold snake. Had this been taken before that night, during some earlier run I had not even thought twice about? Or after, when I was still doing deliveries for a few weeks before I quit, telling myself the odds of anything like that happening again were small? Were they trying out different locations even then? The harsh little overhead buzz grew teeth. In my memory, standing in the clearing, the silence after the engine died had been total. No machines running, no traffic, just my breathing and the gravel underfoot. Standing in the locker room now, staring at this picture of myself in a different patch of light, the sounds layered over each other, the buzz, the distant carts, the whoosh of the automatic doors up front, until they blurred into something that felt almost identical to that hollow quiet. Watched. That was how it felt. Again. I pulled my hand back from the photo like it had burned me. My first impulse was to tear it down, crumple it, throw it away, to pretend I had never seen it, to convince myself this was some sick joke from a coworker who had overheard pieces of my story and thought they were being edgy. Then I imagined doing that and having someone else open their locker tomorrow to find another photo. Or opening mine next week and finding a new picture, closer, more recent. I thought about Detective Calloway's face when he told me about the other driver whose car they had found abandoned on a dirt turnout and nothing else. About the way he had said, "People like this study patterns." From the hallway outside the locker room, a cart rattled past, the noise louder for a second and then fading. Someone's voice muffled through the door. The automatic doors up front sighed open and shut again, letting in a brief hiss of traffic. The light buzzed overhead. I stood there, stuck in that narrow space, caught between metal and memory, and realized I had no idea if this was the continuation of the story, or just the part where I discovered how long it had really been going on. I guess if you have listened this far, you probably want to know what I did with that picture. I wish I could tell you I did the smart thing. Took it straight to my manager, called the detective, turned it into evidence, started some big chain of events that ended with a mugshot and a press conference, and everybody in the comments typing "justice served." That is not what happened. What I did was stand there in that humming little locker room with that photo staring back at me and feel my stomach try to crawl up into my throat. Then I reached up, peeled the tape off with shaking fingers, and took it down. It made this tiny, ugly sound when the tape came loose. A sticky rip that was way too loud in that narrow space. For a second, I held it up in front of me, looking at the back of my own body in someone else's memory. The jacket, the light from the strip mall door, the insulated bag, the dark around me. Then I crumpled it. My hand closed, without me really deciding to do it. The glossy paper buckled, folded in on the image, the light and the shadows, and the silhouette of me collapsing into a ball that fit in my fist. It felt good for half a second, like I had shrunk the whole thing down into something I could throw away. I stood there with my fist clenched, knuckles white, the ball of paper digging into my palm, and I imagined tossing it in the locker room trash and walking out and pretending none of this ever happened. Then I saw myself at 3 a.m, taking a bag of garbage out behind the store, kicking the trash can by accident, and seeing that same crumpled ball roll out onto the floor. so I uncrumpled it. It did not smooth out perfectly. The creases cut jagged lines across my back, across the door, across the dark. But the image was still there. The angle was still there. The proof that somebody had been close enough to take it was still there. I slid it into my backpack, took my jacket, shut the locker, walked out without telling anyone. I did not show it to my manager. I did not call Callaway. Maybe that makes me an idiot. Maybe it makes me a coward. Maybe it makes me someone who is very clear on the fact that if people were already watching me once, the last thing I want to do is broadcast back to them, "Hey, I got your message." That night, back in my apartment, I put the photo in the top drawer of my nightstand, under some old receipts and a manual for a microwave I do not even own anymore. I told myself it was so I could show it to the detective later when I was ready. It has been months. It is still there. My place is boring. That is how I like it. One-bedroom unit on the second floor of a building that was old 20 years ago. Beige walls that probably started as white. Thin carpet. A small galley kitchen where everything is just close enough that you can spin in a circle and touch fridge, sink, and stove without moving your feet. At night, the soundscape is always the same. The fridge hums in low, steady cycles. You do not notice it until it cuts off, and the absence hits your ears like a soft slap. The tiny freezer compartment makes a cracking sound sometimes when the frost shifts inside it. The heater kicks on and off with a soft click and a whoosh, forcing warm air through ducts that thump quietly in the walls. It smells faintly like dust the first few seconds every time, no matter how much the maintenance guy swears he cleaned the vents. Outside my bedroom window, a line of cars drifts past on the road every few minutes. Their tires make that soft rushing noise on the asphalt, rising and falling as they come and go. When they hit the big puddle near the intersection after it rains, there is a very specific splash you only hear if you are awake and listening. The neighbors upstairs walk like they are training for some kind of long-distance stomping competition. Pipes knock. Someone's TV bleeds through the wall in thin, tinny dialogue at random hours. It is all extremely normal. And then there are the moments that are not. I check under my car before I drive now. I never used to do that. I would just walk up, hit the unlock button, and get in. Now, half the time, I crouch down next to the front bumper and run the flashlight from my phone along the line of the tires, looking for metal, for a strip, for teeth pointing up. In parking lots, I do the same thing. Groceries swinging from my hand, keys between my fingers. I take that extra second to glance under the chassis, just to make sure the concrete is still just concrete. If anyone ever watches the security cameras at the grocery store or my apartment complex closely, they will probably think I am insane. Some twitchy guy who stares at his own wheels before getting in his car. I know, logically, that if somebody really wanted to get creative, they could put their spikes somewhere farther down the road, somewhere I cannot see. But logic is not what I am feeding when I do it. I am feeding some animal part of my brain that wants transactions. I did not look before, and bad things happened. Now I look, so maybe they will not. When I get into the car, I look at the back seat, every time. I do it with the door still open sometimes, standing half in, half out, one hand on the frame, one hand on the wheel. I tilt my head just enough to get a clear view of the seat, of the floor, of the darkness between the headrests. Sometimes I do it twice, once before I sit down, once after I close the door. I tell myself I am checking for a jacket I might have forgotten or a bag of groceries that tipped over. You and I both know what I am really looking for. Most days, there is nothing there but upholstery and crumbs. That does not stop my heart from giving a little extra thump every time my eyes flick up to the mirror and catch my own reflection looking back at me. There is always this split second where I have to confirm that it is just me, just my shoulders, just my eyes, just my tired face. You can get used to almost anything. That is the problem. Somewhere out near County Road 17, that hall is still standing. Maybe they have chained the doors now, put up more signs. Maybe the county came out and nailed boards over the windows after my report, after the deputies went through and found the mattress and the cans and the tire spikes. Maybe a patrol car rolls past once in a while on the gravel road, headlights sweeping across the clearing, and a bored deputy notes that everything looks all clear and keeps going. Maybe, or maybe they moved on. Maybe they waited a few months, watched the reports, checked whether my story caught anyone's attention outside a handful of tired cops and my former manager. Maybe, when they were satisfied it had not, they shifted their hunting ground a few miles down the map. Another town, another community hall, listed on some website as closed for renovations. Another old Elks Lodge or VFW post or shuttered banquet room on the edge of some suburb where the streetlights thin out and the GPS map turns from white to gray. They do not have to use the same building forever. The important part is the pattern, an address that looks legitimate, a road that goes dark faster than you think it will, a parking area where a car can sit for a while without anyone asking why. Someone like me, or like the guy in the next county who never made it back, picks up a bag, punches in a destination, and follows the directions because that is the job. That is the part that sticks with me more than the eyes or the spikes. Not the building, not even the face in the mirror. It is the idea that for somebody out there, this is just what night looks like. This is routine. They do not feel cursed or haunted. They feel occupied, busy, productive. This is how they fill their time. Look, I know how this sounds. I know you are sitting there with your phone or your laptop or your TV on, maybe with a drink on the nightstand, maybe with your headphones in, telling yourself, this is just a story, something to fill the quiet before you fall asleep. But here is the part where it stops being about me and becomes about you. At some point this week, you are going to walk out to your car in a half-empty parking lot. Maybe it will be after a late shift at your own job, when the sky is that ugly orange-black and the only other lights are from a few stores closing down. Maybe it will be after visiting someone, leaving a hospital garage at 2 a.m, or saying goodnight at a friend's apartment complex, or walking across a campus lot when most of the dorm windows have gone dark. You will unlock your car. You will get in. You will close the door. Hear that familiar thunk of metal and rubber sealing you in. For just a second, with your hand on the keys and your bag on the passenger seat, you will wonder if you checked the back. Not really. Not fully. Just a tiny flicker in your brain. Did I look? Did I actually look? You will tell yourself you are being silly. You will say something like, nothing ever happens here. Or, that kind of thing only happens in stories. And you will turn the key and watch your dashboard light up and put the car in gear. I told myself the same things, right up until the moment I looked in the mirror and realized I was not alone.